Hello. Whoever's fucking here. If anyone joins or whatever. Just working on the collab part or something. Fox Faz Bear edits. Yo, what's up? Trying to think of what to do. I don't even know what to do. Trying to think of like ideas. You know, and the ideas are flowing or whatever. Look at that. This ring. He's so funny. Look at him. Michael. I think I'm gonna like I want him to fall on the floor and he's like all sad. Feel the rush. Feel the rush. Feel the rush. What the fuck? Feel the rush. Feel the nits. God, what am I doing? What Gmod ragdoll FNAF thing? What is it? I wonder what it could be. I don't fucking know. Hello, Entity 369. Yours? That is very cool. Nice. Alright. Y'all get to see me document the daily 420 or something. Because it's funny.
And music can bring us together, connect us, transform us. Introducing the newest limited edition Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola Move. Taste the transformation.
There are certain moments and words that shape the new era in pro wrestling.
Alright.
Introducing the Book of Wrestling. 25 catchphrases that explain the Attitude Era. Tune in as we relive one of the most exciting, intense, and over-the-top times in WWE with new interviews with the voices that made the promos, calls, and catchphrases into history. Listen now.
What else? Question: have some of your friends been toxic to you? Not really. Man, I miss King Logan. I don't even know who that is. Taste the transformation. Yes. can I give you a video to watch and give you an opinion on it? Sure, I guess. I'll look over it to make sure I can watch it, but yeah. Hello, pumpkin. Let me look that up.
Baby hotline, please hold me close to you. Baby hotline, please hold me close to you. Baby hotline, please hold me close to you.
I see. Goddamn, that was intense. I also just realized these are not in SFM P3D or whatever that is. That's interesting. Opinion on it? Their stuff is... I can tell they've got like a good concept of what they want to do, but executing it isn't too, I guess, good. Like, this is kind of cool. It was this.
Baby hotline, please hold me close.
Animation's a little stiff, I guess.
Please hold me close to you. Please hold me close.
The lighting's a little...
Baby hot.
I mean, the lighting can be, like, you know, simple because it's like an avoider or whatever, but
Baby hotline.
lighting isn't too good, but I don't really know that much about P3D lighting or whatnot. It's not terrible, but it's not, like, amazing, but it's pretty okay. P3D, right. I went to go get cat food the other day and I heard this song in the fucking store and I was just I was just like, wow. Nice. Great. Oh wow. It's like on a phone? What the fuck? That's kind of cool. This, hey, is it on a phone? I don't know. Same thing. Oh, that's actually cool. That's actually sick. Hope your phone doesn't fucking blow up. Just animating on your phone. That's funny. That's actually cool. I don't understand it on the phone. But yeah. It's pretty alright. Yeah. Most SFM? Yeah. Yeah, that... Just for the fact that it's on a phone, it's like a little bit more like credible, I guess. Because it's like, I have a fucking computer. And you know, sometimes the shit I do is like dog shit. Or just not that good. But yeah. I love watching you animate. It's very fun to watch, and when I animate, I learn a lot from you. That's nice. I'm glad. I hope you learn animating, because it is helpful. I remember spring grab. Yeah, this like got 30,000 views. I've seen uploads of this on like TikTok or some shit, and it's got like a million views, and I'm just like, I want to kill myself. I don't know. It's just annoying, like, oh my fucking god. Spring grab, yeah. The knife party I took. Remix, that took like, fuck, I don't even remember. It didn't take too long, I don't think. It was just like the last shot where like Bonnie fucking bodies the random motherfucker under the bed. That probably took the most time. 3 times the amount of views? Yeah, that's depressing. I don't know. What I'm gonna start doing is like, I'm gonna start making the watermark like bigger. Like this. Like this, like here. Cause like, or I'll center it more in the middle, but then it's like kind of like annoying, you know? And it's just, I don't know, but like, I want to receive credit, you know, on some freaking social media, whatever. I hate how I like made this fucking, well, no, this isn't too good, but like, I don't know. I just like recorded Gmod footage and just like, I make a movie and I look at this Silent Hill music and it's, yeah, it's funny. I should do another one of those. Hello, whoa, are you okay? I'm fine, I guess. Are you okay? I just saw the video, also the one you're making right now. Damn, what? Do you think it is hard sometimes to do? No, because I'm used to usually doing just semi-realistic looking stuff. Or stylized stuff is fun. Forgot to subscribe. That's probably what that sound was then. Yo, Rooker S. Bean bag person. What's up? What's going on? I'm just standing. Okay, now I can actually start fucking... God, I haven't fucking... actually animated stuff in a long time. I'm a little rusty. I need to do that. Like, I've just been like I've just been busy because my apartment fucking got struck by lightning and worried about stuff. Just got our internet back, so that's cool. That and just, I don't know, I've just been playing games a lot. Kind of not really working on stuff. And it's just kind of like, not really good. I need to do more. I need to draw more. I need to, you know, animate more. It's just like, I don't know. Need to get out of that cycle of just like playing games. Because like I want to get back into that swing of things where like I unironically just open SFM and I animate. I like something I really want to animate. I need to get back into that. There we go. Better finger posing. So it's pretty confusing. I deal with all this stuff too on Prisma 3. It's hardly it's perfect after it's really cool. If you're animating long song, how long is going to take? I don't know. As long as I work on it continuously or consistently, right? Okay. Question: why don't you use accurate model for Springtrap to piss off the haters? I don't fucking know. I just like how other models look. Like default, like accurate Springtrap model, that's cool and all, but like I don't know. I like it when stuff looks different. I also remember long collabs take about a year. Not all the time. Some collabs don't take that long. But then some do. I don't know, like maybe 2 months or whatever. If like you got a bunch of people and they don't quit and they, you know, consistently post progress and then finish their stuff, it's no issue. Maybe like a month or whatever, but you know, sometimes it's longer. swear to God, I thought my cat was in here. He's just running around. Okay, no, he's not in here. Just an idea for camera movements.
And I hold on to your Can I hold on? Can I hold on? Hold on. And I hold on. And I hold. And I hold. And I hold on. And I hold on. Hold on.
Flight on the highest hotel room.
Return to Pandora whenever you want. So we stick together. With over 3 hours of never-before-seen bonus features.
God, perfect.
Be the first to experience the movie of a generation at home. Wherever we go, this family is our fortress. Avatar: The Way of Water. Get it on digital and add to your movie collection today. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 18. Bonus features not rated.
Good breakdown.
I'm trying to find on YouTube like a reference of like someone dropping to their knees. But I don't know. I kind of have the basic idea like in my head, but it would be a little more helpful. But you know. Just go with this frame. Because it's one I ran. Good night, everyone. Good night, spring boy. Boy. Always could record yourself. Yeah, but that's like... I don't know. You're right though. I might do that. I need to make someone join a... Alright, good luck recruiting. Recruiting collab.
Season Pass from TXU Energy is back and is letting you save 50% on your energy charges all winter and summer.
Actually, Season Pass never left.
Big fan of savings, I take it.
Who wouldn't be? My parents saved $450 last year with Season Pass.
Half off for half the year really adds up.
Cold or hot, you save a lot.
You're like an expert energy saver.
I prefer Season Pass Professional.
Love the sound of that. TXU Energy. Energy for everything. Tap the banner now to learn more.
Just like you, what you listen to evolves over time. Experience a whole new world of listening without hearing ads on Spotify Premium.
I'm already imagining like
It's
a
just
fucking
you
reply
and
to
the
this.
music that helps
It's
keep
gonna
you
be great.
going. Upgrade to Premium and listen your way. Tap the banner to learn more.
am I typing? Just stuff in the server. Hello, just a sim. Hello. Very, very good name. Why is it? Whatever. Bro did be falling. Yeah, he's falling. Fucking yeah. Sonar. Hello. You've got a gray check mark next to you. You are now mod. I don't fucking know. What does that mean when you get a check mark? I'll be back in a minute.
With millions of songs at your fingertips, your playlists are always a work in progress. With Spotify Premium, listen to your music without hearing ads to keep your musical exploration going 24/7. Upgrade to Premium and listen your way.
Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna listen to a VR chat video. Just gonna try to zone out and work on stuff.
I was in this family since I was about 5 years old. Is when I first arrived. I'm not their actual like child. I was like kind of rescued by them. Since then, I kind of got to know everyone better, and they're almost like my real family now. And it's a bit
I
hard
heard VR
to,
chat. Yeah, it's an
kind of
Azil
understand
video.
that, like, I did not imagine they could do something
Just
like
gonna-
that kind of thing. 'Cause
yeah.
in my head, my past family was like the worst there could be, and I only like understood that was not true after like what happened last time, kind of thing. It's gonna be a bit hard to heal from that, but with time and efforts, we'll probably just get through it.
You want to start by talking about your family that you have now. Who's in it?
We have a lot of siblings. I'm probably not gonna go over all their names because it's gonna be a lot harder to follow, but I have 4 brothers and 3 sisters. I used to have 5 brothers, and I'm not gonna go into details for now, but yeah, now we're down to 4.
Now, I've only met you and 2 of your sisters. The hard part comes when I ask about your parents.
Yes. I feel like that's the most complicated part to understand of the story, because they're not even my real parents when you think about it, so it's like even harder to understand. I knew my biological mom, and I'm gonna get into details of why I don't like her at all after. From the family that rescued me, which is my actual current family, if I can say, I never knew their mom at all. I didn't even get much details of what happened. I just kind of knew she's not there, you know what I mean? And for our dad, he's like the worst person I've ever met, like in my entire life. It's kind of insane to like think he like is horrible to a point where even his own son didn't like matter to him.
Yeah.
But I should like kind of go from the beginning, because since I entered that family, like lots of things happened that is like incredibly like stupid, and that could have been totally avoided from the start of it. So I guess first I should say why I got into that family, and it's because when I was born in Quebec. It was with my mom and my dad, but my dad kind of like was never there. He was mostly a trucker as a job, so I didn't really see him, gonna be honest. I saw him like 2 or 3 times and I don't remember because I was like 1, 2, 4. My mom was like the most Catholic person you can ever like meet. She read the Bible all the time. Like when she was done, she would start over. She pretty much could tell you the whole Bible like by hand. She knew it totally. It was a thing of like you wake up, you pray, you eat, you pray, you go to your Catholic school, because she found one for me. It was totally horrible, but you know, it was just Catholicism at the time. It was like a preschool, and until I was like 4, I got into like pre-kindergarten thing, so it got much more like, it was always praying, and if you weren't praying, you were like punished by like, I don't know, many ways. As a kid it seems horrible, but it was just like normal ones, like go in a corner, or oh, you'll just stay here until you behave, or you just won't get dinner. You know, normal punishments that other child can get. I know that when I refused to pray at home because I was angry or something, my mom used to like beat me until I like would pray, or if I didn't, she would just beat me till I passed out because I just wouldn't. You know, I was a kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I barely knew how to speak, and like the first words I learned was thank and God and stuff like that. And obviously, after a while, my teachers, oh, well, if I can call them that, my like babysitters, they realized that I was bruised and everything, and that it was not from like playing or anything, and they called the social child service on my mom. She was taken away by the police and everything, and I was given to like a center, not of adoption, it's like a rescue center for while they place you in a rescue family. That's what they call it usually. My mom was in prison at that time, and she was sick, and they didn't know what it was, so they decided to get her to hospital and everything, and not long after that she died of blood cancer. So she's gone for real. I can't be scared that anything will happen. After that, I was still in the center, obviously, because they couldn't let go of a child that didn't have any parents at all. Because I didn't say it, but my dad refused to take me in. I was in that center for about a year, and when I was 5, I was sent to a family that like agreed to take me in. That's the family that everything has gone wrong with, because like it was not any better than my past family. It was just another like way to do stuff. First event that I can remember when I got into that family and everything is when I was in Megantic, because, well, like Megantic, that's where they lived. It's an old city, okay, so don't mind that, but there's a rail of trains that goes like in the middle of the city basically, and I lived like the street, not next to it, but like behind that one. It was a pretty neighborhood. It was calm. It's a city where nothing ever happens. It's that kind of city where everyone knows each other because there's like not many people at all. In 2013, so I was 7 by then. I had been in that family for a while. There was this stepmom that arrived. She was fine. She was just a little strict on some rules, but overall she was way better than mine. That's how I convinced myself. And I do know that like everyone was really attached to her. So at a point I thought she was their real mom, and obviously after a while I found out she wasn't, you know, it was pretty obvious. She stayed there, so I'm guessing, I don't know, she took it for her goal in life to take care of us. And so that year, if some of you know that, the train accident happened with
Top 3 skills for any accountant, in my mind, are going to be 1, communication skills. You need to have a strong base for communication skills. 2, teamwork. You need to be able to work within a team and be able to thrive within that environment. And 3rd is going to be work ethic. We need people who are going to be disciplined and who are ultimately going to be able to execute against the tasks that are assigned.
1, be fearless. 2, be ambitious. And 3, always have a smile.
To get started on your accounting journey, visit joinaccountingplus.com.
With Premium, get right to what you love and skip the rest. That means only playing what you want to hear with unlimited skips and listening to music ad-free on any device. Upgrade to Premium and listen your way. Tap the banner to learn more.
Thing and I'm labeling stuff.
Which is an accident. It's in the top 3 fire accident of Canada. It burned like half of the city, I'd say, and it killed like 47 people, which is quite a lot for a fire accident. That day, it was around midnight. I woke up to the sound of like my fire alarm in my house, and just overall the smell of smoke, which was like really intense. It's like you could not breathe. In that house there was a window, but all the windows were kind of like isolated for winter kind of thing, but we never took that isolating part out, so it was like hot all the time, and so there was no way of like opening a window and just leaving, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In my room at least, because there was one room where I'll get to it, but you'll understand. Everyone was already out, and I could tell because the fire was basically almost at my door. It had reached my house after a while. I was planning to get out, and I remembered that my sister was locked in her room as a punishment because she refused to eat her dinner. So I run there because I'm just like, they forgot about her, that's for sure. Everyone else had gotten out. I burned my whole right side to like a 3rd degree. It was awful. It hurted like hell, I can't even say. I got to her room, I broke down the door. I was 7, keep that in mind, so it took a while. So she was 5, she was my sister. We'll call her Stella for the story. When I opened the door, she was under a piece of the roof that had fallen onto like her, I can say. And so I just saw her under that piece of wood, and I was like, that's too heavy for me. But I pulled her out. The fire was like almost in the room by that time. It was horrible. Everyone thought I was dead because it took way too much time and the house was basically crashing down. I took my sister and ran to that one room, which was like in a door connected to her room, and there was the window. It's the only window that you can possibly break with something in the house because the isolation on it is almost totally gone because of how old it was. I took the hairbrush and I just like hit the window with it over and over until it broke, and then I just kind of got out. I was cut everywhere because obviously it's glass, and I just ran to my family. I had my sisters in my arm and I was crying. I can't tell you how much, but I was 7. I'd say it's pretty normal as a kid to cry for that. Seeing the face of your siblings just so miserable, realizing that she's dead too, is like the worst thing in the world. It's kind of like everyone knew she was dead. There was nothing we could do. It's like too late, and everyone knew that, so we just kind of all stood there, not really knowing what to do before just leaving the city and going to a hotel further away. That was the first event that I'd say was pretty traumatizing, I guess, as a 7-year-old. Saying it right now doesn't seem like I care a lot for it, but it's
It's time to snack like you've never snacked before. With the all-new Doritos Dips. Hitting the shelves with 2 bold flavors, spicy nacho and cool ranch jalapeno. Your taste buds won't know what hit them. Supercharge your pizza, wings, sliders, and even your veggies with these delicious dips that promise to pack a flavor punch. Doritos Dips. Another level.
You must dip it. Dip it good.
Click or tap the banner to learn more.
this is Tori Kelly, and my new song Missing You is out now. Listen on Spotify.
Am I wrong, me and you, baby? I'm missing you. Ooh, I'm missing you.
No one knows your listening habits better than you. With Spotify Premium, you can download and pull up your playlists anywhere. Take advantage of offline listening and let your playlists take over. One song at a time. Upgrade to Premium and listen your way. Tap the banner to learn more.
Okay, I'm back from stuff. Oh. Right. Okay. Back to the video.
Because I've just gotten so used to talking about it that it's like almost normal at this point. It's horrible to say.
Yeah. People adjust to their trauma a lot as a way of surviving, because if it hurt as much as it did the first time, every time, you wouldn't want to be alive.
Yeah.
Are you doing okay? Do you need a break?
I'm doing good. Don't worry.
Okay.
We're going to a big skip. It was started in 2021. We had moved by then, obviously. We were in another city for a while, and it's very like far from other cities. Like the nearest small city you can say that is like close to where I live is like 20 minutes away maybe. So it's very like far in the forest kind of thing. My stepmother left her dad after a while. So like after the fire accident and everything, like they just started like arguing all the time on like basically everything for dumb reasons. And so she left him after a while, and he like, I'm guessing he was really depressed with like the fact of losing a child and his girlfriend. So he started drinking like heavily every day. Like all his money almost he'd spend it on alcohol and bars and everything, so much that at a point like in 2021 to 2022 we like wouldn't even see him in like 5 days because he would just sleep at bars and with like girls he'd pay, I guess, to just not sleep with him, but you know what I mean. So we kind of had to work our way through that, like find ways to pay ourselves, like not the bills exactly, but some heat in the house and like food and everything. Sometimes we had to cover up for the end of the month with that, which is pretty insane when you think about it, because we're kids having to take care of adults' job. In that year, lots happened because like I said, we didn't usually see him for like days, but when he came back he was extremely drunk and for some reason angry. I'm guessing that's alcohol. I'm not like I'm not a
Xbox
professional
Gamer
with that,
K. What?
but I'm guessing that can be alcohol problems. He
No,
came back
I'm listening
most
to
of the
a
days and
VR
just,
chat
like,
video.
either me, my sister, I'm guessing that can be alcohol problems. He came back most of the days and just like either me, my sister, or even like, I don't know, I'd say even my brother. It happened like once or twice. He'd like start yelling and try to like break stuff and just scare us like by banging at our doors or saying he had a gun, and when he didn't, he was just really way too drunk for that. He usually would like, especially for some reason, try to get to this one sister. We'll call her I don't know, Ava. And so like, he would especially try to get to her or hit her, anything you can imagine. But since we knew that, we did like everything to like kind of not let him get to her. Most of the times it worked. Some of the times someone got injured. I know one time he like pushed my brother down the stairs because he wanted to reach my sister. Obviously that didn't pass. You know, he was like sent to the hospital, my brother, and he was healed and everything, and we were lucky on that part because the hospital was starting to like almost doubt that something was happening, but for some reason, I don't remember what we said specifically, but we convinced them that it was not. And you'll probably say like, oh, why did you even want to hide that? Like, that's horrible. Why would you like try to protect someone who does that? It seems hard to understand when you don't live it, but it's mostly because like he was our only parent left to all of us, and obviously we were all really attached to him, so it's not as easy as it seems to like have to literally tell out someone you love just to protect yourself. It almost makes you feel like what you're doing is selfish. Even though you know it's not. You know it's
It's
just
another
for your
thing
safety,
stimulating
but it's
movie.
just a conscious thing. Your
Yeah,
brain is just
I
like,
don't know,
whoa, you're
just
so selfish. You can't just call him out like that. He's your dad. You know what he did for you?
needs stuff to
Like,
happen.
it's just kind of hard to make up your mind. After a year, it was like roughly the end of 2022. Things have gotten way too worse. We were all thinking about calling him out to the police or something, but Ava, she like was still too attached, and she was like ready to do anything to like not get him in jail, because she blames herself a lot for their mother that is gone, because when she was born she left, and so she blames herself, and she thinks her dad is upset because of that also, so she kind of partly blames herself for the situation.
Is Ava the one that I know?
Yeah, Ava's the one you know.
Okay.
I don't really want to call her name out because I don't know what she wants me to say on here,
Yeah, yeah.
and so it's kind of horrible to just think there's a person in your family where they just don't want to call out someone who's doing them horrible things, but we all kept quiet, and we just didn't want to do anything bad or say anything bad that could have gotten someone else like even more sad than they already were, you know. But something happened and we didn't have any option. It was on February 19th, if I'm correct. It was like around 10:35 p.m. We were at our house and our dad came back home from like a 5-day not being there, and obviously we knew what he wanted. Two of my brothers were home with me and Ava, our youngest one, which is like the youngest of all of our siblings. He's 11, by the way. Her other brother, who was 15. My sister, who is 15, but he's also, it's complicated, but he's also our stepbrother in a way, and me, obviously. So at 10:35, my dad came back. Ava was with our younger brother upstairs, and I was in my room downstairs, so was my brother. And then we heard the door, and I just instantly like messaged Ava telling her like go hide somewhere and take our younger brother. And I could hear like brother get out of his room and just start going upstairs to get my dad like out of the way. And so I was kind of getting ready to do that too, because I was like, you know, I might as well help him. So as I start to get out of my room, I hear him basically yelling at my brother random stuff that I don't even understand because he's way too drunk, and it sounds like whatever shit, you know. And I hear like him to start basically threatening my brother that he's gonna do something bad if he doesn't let him access to what he wants, which is Ava. Then for some reason it got really quiet for a good like 3 seconds, which felt like the longest 3 seconds in my life. And then I just grabbed my phone and started running up the stairs to go help my brother, obviously. And as I was going up the stairs, I just hear a banging, like a repetitive banging, like on the table, and a huge, really loud crack sound, like a cracking sound. I walk up the stairs very quietly, and like, I try to peek through like the doorway to see what's happening in the kitchen, and I see blood. Like everywhere, on the walls, on the floor, on the table, like even on the roof there was blood everywhere. And I just see my dad, and there's an amount of blood in his hands dripping down. At first I think he just hit the wall or the table with his hands over and over because he was mad about something. But then I noticed that I don't see nor do I hear my brother, and I just started to slowly get what happened, and I grabbed my phone as quick as I could to call the police, because obviously, unconsciously, I kind of knew what happened. I just didn't want to like admit my brain that that is what actually happened. As I'm on the phone with the police and they're on their way, I see my dad leaving the kitchen to go upstairs, and I know it's incredibly selfish, but I knew my sister was hiding, so I knew he wouldn't find her, and I felt like it was more safe that I backed away so I didn't move from where I was. He was trying to get in my sister's room because I could hear the banging. Luckily, he didn't get it on time, and the police arrived and they rushed in the house and everything, and like that's when you know you're safe. Hearing the siren is like the biggest relief ever. So I get out of my hiding spot just to get out as quick as I could from this like place. And obviously I didn't have a choice, but I saw my brother and he was dead on the floor. Like, blood was leaking from his head and like his neck was like twisted. So I'm assuming that's the crack I heard. And police was taking my dad away, so I saw my siblings coming downstairs. Ava, she came downstairs and her face like went totally emotionless for a second when she saw him, and she started crying like, uncontrollably, and just ran to him and hugged his body for, I don't know, it was kind of something, a reflex I'm guessing she had, which was, I'm not gonna be scared to say it was totally heartbreaking because she was just crying and kept on apologizing, like saying I'm sorry, like to a point where officers were needed to pull her away. It's a different type of pain.
Yeah. Would you like to stop here? You did an amazing job.
Yeah.
When several of his classmates had either been killed or committed suicide, he was scared that the same thing would happen to them that happened to him. Ani bojo wabshka nangon nadishnakaz negate dodem. Essentially what I said is, hello, my name is White Star. That is my spirit name. I identify by it the most, and it guides me in my journey in life, and it's very important to me that I hold that part of me close. My name to others, however, when I don't share my spirit name, is just Aaron, and I am of the Otter clan. I am an indigenous, two-spirited trans woman. What that essentially means is that I am indigenous to Canada, or Turtle Island as our people call it. I always had grown up in different settings than most other indigenous people. I was always close to my community, and I was born on the reserve, but I was only raised there for a year and a half before my family moved out to the country. We lived not too far from a township. This township is where I went to school. It's where most other kids from my reserve went to school, so I was able to see them a lot. But we were the minority. The school was mostly filled with non-native children who were part of settler families. My school life as a child was probably one of the most traumatizing experiences I had, because living in occupied land as an indigenous person and going to school with non-native children leads to a lot of cultural differences, and most times I would get bullied, or children wouldn't really know that I was indigenous because I was white passing. My father, he was white, but he was actually raised by an indigenous family because he was adopted by one when he was just a child. He participated in ceremonies, hosted some himself, and my mother herself, she is Chippewa, and so I am Chippewa First Nations. But I was lucky to be raised by my stepfather, who was Mississauga First Nations. He raised me on our culture, on our beliefs, and my mother helped as well. So I was very lucky to have been raised with my culture. A lot of Indigenous children in southern Canada aren't raised with their culture at all. More northern territories, they still keep on to their culture strongly, but they have very little access to clean drinking water, to affordable housing and necessities, and usually have to drive to get their groceries. When you live on a reserve of about 100 to 1,000 people, depends on the reservation, not everyone is going to have a car, so a lot of people go hungry in those reserves, and a lot of crime happens due to poor infrastructure and very little governmental support. But with school, for being in southern Canada, it was not normal to go to school. Our principal, our teachers, they would label us criminals because we were Native, and they would group us together, say that you are this reservation kids, even if some were from a different one, and would treat us like the criminals they believed we were going to be. That wasn't a fun experience. And a lot of kids would see that and be like, oh, so you are a criminal. You're gonna go to juvie. You're gonna go to juvie. One kid did go to juvie because he was being harassed by our principal and he kicked her in the face. I didn't see him for months after that. He eventually came back. He was not the same since. It's difficult to understand why we were treated that way. And as I grew up more, I started to understand the extreme racism that exists within our systems. And I learned that through my interactions with medicine systems, law enforcement systems, and the educational system itself. In most schools, they teach you that Native peoples were extremely accepting of settlers and that there were many agreements between us that are still honored today, and they do the land acknowledgements, but a lot of that is very, very untrue, and we live with that reality. I lived with the reality as a child. Our people heavily live with intergenerational trauma from residential schools and from the 60s school.
You mentioned the racism in the medical system. I know a lot of people always wonder, like, how can medicine be racist? Can you explain more about that?
Well, I imagine you've had talk with people from the Black community about this, and people from the United States, and the medical system is a lot different in Canada than it is in the US, but our healthcare is free. While it is free to go to a doctor to get a visit, they are paid per visit. So often a doctor will see you, tell you nothing's wrong with you, but to come back. They don't give a diagnosis, they don't normally give you the help you ask for, they tell you what you need. It gets worse when you're an Indigenous person. It's already bad, but it gets worse. You go in there, and if you tell them that you deal with addiction, they nod their head like, I thought so. And it's not just that, it's that they will often have a bias towards you already when you walk through that door, that you are there for drugs, that you are there for methadone, you're an alcoholic, or that you're trying to waste their time, or that you're going to get angry. So already they have this level of impatience with you when you walk in through the door. That's really difficult. It made me avoid the medical system for the longest time, even when I tried to get diagnoses for PTSD and other things. And I eventually did get those diagnoses because I have very intense childhood trauma, family trauma, school trauma, whatever. Asking for support after was always a conversation of what medication are you going to take? And then they would immediately go for some of the most addictive medicines there are. There's a medication I took for my bipolar type 1. It made me very apathetic. It made me feel like nothing. I didn't like that, so I stopped taking the medication. But a lot of other Native people have had it worse than me, because I'm white passing. Doctors don't immediately know that I'm Native until they look at my records, until they see that I'm a status Indian. We have Indian status cards. I still have mine. I haven't updated it for years, but the number is still the same. It always stays the same. So I have this big number identifying me as a Native person or an Indian in the government's eyes. Our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has once divided us from Canadian citizens as the Indian people. There's a lot of problems with how the government handles the talks of reconciliation because Justin Trudeau's platform, when we all gave him our votes, started with the fact that he was going to give infrastructure and support to Native communities and help us with the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls epidemic. We call it an epidemic because it's similar to our suicide epidemic, where so many people are just going missing or being found dead, and we don't get answers. And he did not hold to any of the promises he made. And he continues to allow the pipelines to be built over stolen land and our current land that we have sovereignty over. In our treaty rights says that they cannot intrude on our spaces, and they build these pipelines right over our roads, our farms, and our drinking water. And we have oil leaking into so much of it. So people who already had very little drinking water are losing more. The medical problem starts from the top, starts from the government not giving proper infrastructure support to any of the systems they put in place. And then the RCMP, where the Royal Canadian Mounted Police were created to control Indigenous populations and keep us in check. I could say more about the medical industry, but again, other people have faced way worse than me, have straight up gotten thrown out the door for being indigenous and have been refused pharmaceutical treatment, locked out of methadone clinics, and it's hard to find indigenous doctors. It's hard to find anyone who trusts in traditional medicines for healing and traditional means healing. And our own medicine people are completely labeled as useless and tribal and uncultured by many professionals and, Canadian citizens alike. Although a lot of modern medicine was influenced by native medicine, like syringes. We had our own before settlers had even come. We used thin bone needles with a hollow tube that would be attached to a animal bladder filled with medicine that would be used for vaccinations and other things. That was developed and made by the Cree people. And a lot of our culture revolves around the making and use of medicines and different agricultural techniques. Like, have you ever heard of permafarming? You sort of work with the land to provide the most bountiful resources you can in a way that keeps it renewing itself. Most national forests were our farms. We controlled the growth of trees in a way, the breeding of animals in a way, and the population of animals in a way. We could go to a location, take what we need, and it would renew itself.
Wow. I guess my question about the traditional medicine, I'm wondering, how does it interact with Western science-based medicine in a way that can effectively help people?
The two can coexist. Like we make teas and herbal poultices and such that can be the remedy for a number of different problems. And then ceremonial healing can be used for mental health and also support from elders and community. And community-based healing, but it depends on the problem you come with. If you have a headache, you might get a tea or a ceremony, and obviously not a lot of it is a replacement for modern medicine. We still rely on a lot of modern medicines, but the two can absolutely coexist, and they should. Most indigenous people just need that extra support from traditional ways of healing and community involvement.
It sounds like it's less trying to replace science, which is what a lot of people imagine it as, and more just trying to be a way to emotionally and psychologically support the science that we have already.
Yeah, and physically sometimes too. We actually had birth control as well. We still do, but people don't really know about it. Certain flowers, if combined in a certain way, can help with birth control.
That's fascinating.
We also help with abortions as well for mothers who were not ready or were in a really bad situation and didn't want to have a child. Yeah, it's not a replacement, but it also shouldn't be ignored.
Yeah, if something works, then you should at least pay attention to it. And I'm guessing, like you said, a lot of it has to do with the fact that if you are doing something that is ceremonial or traditional to the people around you and to you, that creates a very positive psychological effect that's very real.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the biggest problem in indigenous communities right now is mental health support, and not a lot of people have it. I work with a company that is trying to start something right now that's going to offer a lot more mental health support to members in crisis. Right now, I mentioned the suicide epidemic. 40% of suicides in Ontario or Canada right now is 40% youth. That's 40% of all Canadian citizens that are committing suicide right now are very young adults. And a large amount of that too is Indigenous youth. A lot of those youth are people who have been disconnected from their culture or don't have any way to get support from their culture. The isolation from the pandemic as well has been terrible for that. So it's only gotten worse. We have the man camps along the pipelines where workers are staying at near Indigenous territories. More missing and murdered women have been reported around those areas, and nothing's being done about it. No one's looking into the workers, no one's looking into anyone involved with the pipeline, and we know that there's a link, but the police are giving nothing for us to prove it. So that situation has gotten worse, and it's been bad for many, many years. We've also had to sort of expand the title of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls to SMMIWG. So that includes two-spirited people, but we also are including men in it as well, because our men are getting ignored, and our non-binary family, because there's this very weird idea that Indigenous men don't have the same value as Indigenous women, but we all have equal value in our societies. There is no concept of
when it's happening. I just typed out in chat, but Yeah, just listening to a video about Indigenous Canadian people being like genocided, I think, or ignored by the government and shit.
Like,
VR
who
chat
is
video.
greater than the other? We are all equal. We are equal in spirit and in creation.
So you would say that the gender inequality that is kind of shown through the culture about Indigenous men is Western inherently. It didn't come from the culture, it was brought to it.
Yes, even our pronouns, like we have nene and kwe in our language now, but that was introduced by Western society.
Right, because gender was so much more complex in Indigenous cultures.
Very complex. I mean, I'm two-spirited. I have both a feminine and a masculine spirit, and I'm a trans woman. I identify with my masculine spirit a lot. I also connect heavily with that feminine spirit too. And we take on the roles of those spirits. And that doesn't mean, you know, a man is going to be doing man things. That means that somebody who's in touch with their masculine spirit is going to do the duties of community that that spirit fits to. So, you know, hunters and gatherers and stuff, they were pretty much anyone. And then healers were too. But like, when you're a water protector, that's more in line with the feminine spirit, because water has a connection with the feminine. Protectors, they have a connection with fire, which also has a connection with the masculine. As to the spirited people, we go through different roles. We go through all roles within creation. And then many people, if they are not two-spirited, they can still fill a feminine role. It just means something different for them.
Right. Can you tell me more about the history of two-spiritedness? Because that's what really got me fascinated, was when you talked about kind of this new gender idea. If someone had come to me with, you know, the idea of neo-genders from a Western perspective, I would have been a little bit more like critical of it. But when you brought it to me, I was like, oh, I know this is a thing. This is a cultural phenomenon that has existed for a long-ass time. Like, this isn't someone on Tumblr came up with.
Yeah, no, like you said new earlier, and I was going to correct you, but you even corrected yourself. It's not new at all. It has been in our cultures for many, many, many generations. I'll use an example real quick. There was this two-spirited woman at the time who had begun receiving these visions and felt herself becoming a man. So she left for the mountains, and she was gone for a long time, came back, was completely a man. Came back a man in almost every way you can imagine, and stepped down into his territory and with his people, with his community, and they said, welcome back. They treated him no differently than they would anyone else. And he came back with these visions that he had while he was gone, of settler nations coming, changing all of our values, all of our ways of life, displacing many of us. This was before colonization. This is in our oral recorded history. They said we are going to lose everything. And while he was with his community, he got married, and he and his wife left across Turtle Island to tell other nations about this vision. So many of us were pretty prepared so that when the time came, we had our treaties ready. And those treaties are still not being honored today. I live on unceded land, which is treaty territory, and unceded means that we never signed it over to the government. And yet I live in a city that is completely controlled and operated by the government, with every system you can think of being government enforced. Yeah, so it's our nation's land that is not being recognized as our own.
So much of Western ideology and mythos is based on this idea of fulfilling the individual's best abilities with what he owns, right? I say he because it's almost always a male in Western mythos and ideology, but it's like, I hear you talk about just blatant robbery, and I just think, no, people only think that when it's convenient for them.
It is robbery. I mean, we had much of our land stolen by the crown. That still belongs to the crown. And our territories keep getting smaller and smaller. There were white women who married into native families back in the day when this was still a thing by the Indian Act, where she would get a status card because she married into a native family. She would start up a bunch of businesses in that territory and then sell that land to the government.
Literally infiltrating your communities.
Yes, and in my reserve, there are cottages all around that belong to non-native people. They all came in from the city I'm currently living in, so...
Just like rich people buying land because they want to have land on a reserve?
Yeah, and then they come in like every few months to stay in their cottages, and then they call the cops on a lot of our children because they're saying they're being criminals in the streets, and all they're doing is hanging up by an abandoned house. There's a lot of abandoned houses in some of our reserves. Kids can't be kids on our reserves because the cottagers will call the cops on them. It happened to my brother, my adopted brother.
Can you tell me more about how adoption and the idea of raising a child under a parental system is different in Western and Native cultures?
I call it the continued 60s scoop because it hasn't ended. Native children are still being stolen from their families by CAS. And my partner is here and they've given me permission to talk about this. They're a survivor of the continued 60s scoop. Their mother was not able to fully support them. And so the government, well, actually the CAS is not a government-owned organization. It's an independent business.
That's a business that's able to do that.
It's a business and it is funded by the government. They came to my partner's mother, saw that she was not doing well at all. It was actually a very bad situation, but they were not given to a Native family. They were put from place to place to place, foster family to foster family, and it was always foster families, no one adopted. That alone, going back and forth from house to house and from their own mother to their foster family, gave them CPTSD and RAD, reactive attachment disorder. That alone would have been a lot if it weren't for the fact that they were given to a foster family that was the family of a woman who had stolen their mother from her own family.
Oh, wow.
And their brother. Yes, these 3 sisters in this one family had stolen multiple children from different families from that woman who is my partner's mother. So all of her children got displaced amongst all of these 3 sisters, and my partner ended up alone with their current foster family, and they are not in contact with them anymore. They are a white family, very rich, and appropriated indigenous culture a lot, did not let them be raised on traditional values, so they had an extreme disconnect with their own culture for years. Since they were 6 years old, they've known.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't get to properly connect with it. Taken when they were 4.
That is horrific. Oh my god.
Yesterday, we went to a powwow. I was working that day because it was my company that was organizing the event. I was dealing with a lot of children because I was helping with the youth programming to facilitate activities and such for youth and children. And my partner wasn't volunteering, so they're just there to enjoy the powwow, but they are disabled and were overwhelmed by the noise and the fact that there were children around them who were connecting with their culture when they didn't get a chance to when they were young. And they felt extremely isolated because no one was talking to them. And I tried to talk to them sometimes, but would be pulled away for my work. And I tried to step away for them for like an hour and a half. And then my company was like, you got to get back to your team right now. We understand that your partner is a little overwhelmed, but they didn't understand the half of it. So we go back, and then my partner tells me I'm feeling extremely not okay right now. Like, I'm not okay. Like, this is really bad. I'm surrounded by so much that I just can't connect with. I can't go anywhere because I'm in so much pain. And I had to bring them to a harm reduction tent and say they need some support right now from a crisis responder. And so my boss comes over and he's like, hey, what's going on? And I tell him, and he says, okay, forget about going back to your team. This is what we do, right? We support our community. You stay with them. Crisis response, that's when somebody is having a mental health crisis in our community and our team goes out to support them. That's what I needed for my partner in that moment. When people from my team were telling me that I couldn't just spend time with them at the powwow. And so I saw that while we are connecting with our traditional values and while we are, supporting our community in our own ways, we are also not considering the impact we are having on our own workers and our own families when we don't connect with what we're doing.
That's like such a different idea to how we would consider work culture here. Like, when you're needed, your work comes first before anything else on earth.
My partner really needed me in that moment, and that's exactly what was happening too. My work comes first, but I was so relieved when my boss told me that I could go and support them. I'm actually going into crisis response work myself.
Oh.
A lot of what I'm going to be doing with other people.
That's amazing.
I'm still in training, and I wasn't the person who needed to help my partner in that moment. I'm so glad that my team was there for them, but we had to leave after because, they still didn't feel well. And I was allowed to go home. I was allowed.
You said that it was a harm reduction tent. Is that something that is often at events, or is it just something you can get to easily?
They are now. Our team is basically starting that. Harm reduction tent, it has our team of responders in it, where they are ready with water, maybe with some food and other different drinks. And they have nurses on standby as well. And They patrol the powwow grounds to make sure that everyone is okay, and if it looks like anybody is having a mental health crisis in that moment, they will bring them over and give them support.
That sounds like it would just make any environment better. Like, that just sounds like a thing humans should do.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our work is to not demonize mental health either. Because, you know, like, somebody could be angry, yelling at a bunch of people, and our work is to help that person, to get them what they need. But first we have to have a conversation with them, you know? What do you need? What do you want? Can I get you something to eat? We give them choices and they respond with their answers, and we give follow-up support now. That's what we're doing for our community. And that work already existed, but now we are running this in our way, in a traditional way, in a community-based way. And we're doing it with a company that is run by and for the Black community as well, because our communities have supported each other for generations. Because we have both faced this systemic oppression, this racial violence, and have been denied access to a lot of the systems that we need for support. So we're giving them.
Or denied proper access as well. A lot of systems say that they're there for you and just aren't when they are for everyone else.
There's a big problem with bias and stuff in the medical community among doctors, but nurse practitioners are amazing people, and more often than not, they do what crisis responders do, you know, what do you need? And they listen. They actually listen instead of saying, here's what I think you need. Here's what I know you need. You say you're disabled, but I know it's just because you're this and this. You're not doing enough of this. But a nurse practitioner will say, okay, so you are experiencing pain in your joints. Let's look into that. We really should have more of is harm reduction.
Definitely. I mean, there's so many ways that we can implement harm reductive ideology and kind of theory into how we do medicine that people just aren't okay with, that are in power, both in America and in Canada. I mean, you know how in the Scandinavian countries and other parts of Europe, they have harm reduction centers for people that are facing addiction. They don't consider it to be a crime. They consider it to be a mental disorder. They consider it something that you're experiencing, not something you're doing to the world.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even call it addiction. We call it substance use. If you were to say that you're addicted, then I'd be like, okay, all right. So you consider yourself that. In my mind, it's a substance user or a person who has a dependency on substances. We do everything we can. And
do you think I should get it? If you want to, it's kind of fun. It's a really good game. I would say get it when it's on sale. I don't know if it's on sale, but if you want to get it now or whenever, you know, it's up to you.
Our language and in our work, do not demonize or criminalize the behavior and the use of substances. You know, I wish a lot of more people would see somebody who is in crisis and think, well, why are they? And what do they need? Definitely. Instead of saying, this person is in my space, they're making me upset.
That's what a lot of American and I'm guessing is also Canadian justice system does. It's very punitive. It's how do I fight back against this problem, not how do I find the root cause of it. It's why American prisons are basically the most lucrative business you can get, keeping people for as cheap as possible, as long as possible, and getting paid by the government to do it, not figuring out what's wrong or fixing it.
Yeah, my partner just said prisons are slave labor. We have a big association with that because in the law enforcement system, a lot of indigenous people that go into prisons are people who have either never committed a crime or were convicted of the wrong crime or were given a more harsh sentence than somebody who was not native who committed the same crime would have gotten. And then they are put to work in the prison. My stepfather, he went in for minor legal infractions. He got into a bar fight, it was pretty bad. He did roll with a biker gang for a while, and they've shown up at our house a few times. He went in this time for minor legal infraction. I think he was there for 6 months when the sentence should have been 2. He came back super exhausted because the whole time he was there, he was making products for companies. They say it's rehabilitation, that they're going to be put back in society, but most of the clothes you get, or most of like the handheld items you get that are like, they say they're made in China and stuff, they're made in prison. My pa, he's like, wow, some of the stuff I make, I bought in stores. I bought it for myself, for my family. This is stuff that I made. Something that I have right now, I probably made in a prison. They don't get paid while they're in the prison for working hours a day, making thing after thing after thing. License plates too. I've never been to prison, thank God. My stepfather would kick my ass if I did, but I know that I would have family in there that would protect me if I was. Do you know how fucking crazy that is to say, by the way? If I went to prison, I would have family that would look out for me. That's insane. I have family that are still in there. And yeah, they look out for me. They make sure that nobody hurt me or Nobody tried to manipulate me or anything, but they wouldn't be able to do much against the guards because they get the same treatment. My grandfather, my papa, he's on my mother's side. He married a woman of Italian descent, my nona, or noni, as she likes to be called. But he himself, he was Chippewa, and he was a residential school survivor. I want to put this out there. A lot of residential schools, when they were ended, some were still going on in secret. Some of them were called instead day schools for Native children, or Indian children, they said. You know, I'm First Nations, and there are many nations within Turtle Island. These day schools, some of them still exist. A lot of them were ended, but they were still causing major trauma within several children who were being taken from their homes and put into these schools. And when the residential schools were at their worst, my papa happened to be one of the children who went there instead of to a foster home. So most children would be taken from their families, divided from each other, put into schools, or with a white family. It would have been fine if most of them had went to maybe like an Irish family or something, but it was usually British settlers or French. So my papa, he survived residential school when several of his classmates had either been killed or committed suicide because of the nuns and the teachers who were there, who would make them scrub their skin if they're too dark, saying they're tainted by the devil, who would hurt them for speaking their own language, and would traumatize these children into speaking English only, forgetting their own values, cutting their hair short. And hair is so important in our culture. We grow our hair long to connect with spirit and to connect with each other and to honor ourselves and our relations. And I grow my hair long, and I try to take care of it really well because, you know, that is my connection. So he didn't really know anything after he got out, and he turned to alcohol as a way to cope with the stress and the trauma. He tried his best to be a happy man for his family when he married my noni. He wouldn't teach them anything. He wouldn't teach them a single thing. Not the language, not the traditional values, not anything, because he was scared that the same thing would happen to them that happened to him. So my mother went without her culture, but she was able to connect to it through other family and through friends that she had at the time. She didn't even have as deep of a connection as I have now. And that's because she was scared too. She didn't know the language. I barely do. I know my introductions, I know my basic words, mise, you know, our grandfather teachings, I know our traditional medicines, I know the 4 sacred medicines, different ceremonies and practices, and I know that our cultures vary from nation to nation. As a Chippewa person, I speak Ojibwe language. My partner is Mohawk and speaks Kaani and Kehaka. They know more Japanese and Russian because they are also of mixed ancestry, and they have their grandmother was Japanese. Yeah, if you know Connor Kenway from Assassin's Creed, he's Mohawk. They really like Connor Kenway. I have known I was Native since longer than I can remember. I grew up knowing that I was different from most of the children in my school, that I had a name that nobody could pronounce, so I had to go by the one that was the English one. I knew that we had intergenerational trauma since the age of 6. I knew that my papa had been a residential school survivor since the age of 8. I started learning our ceremonies at the age of 7. And again, that is something I was lucky to have more than a lot of other Native children. And some are lucky to be able to completely speak the language. Have you heard of the Lakota Nation? They had a organization come into their land, speak with their elders and their community members to gather and collect data on their language and to completely restore it. Had a whole library of all the ways of speaking the language and tried to sell it to the Lakota people. Would not give them access to it at all. They said, you want this, you have to buy it because we did the work.
Jesus.
So yeah, they stole their language from them and said, you can have this for the price of like, I forget the number, but it was huge. For a lot of my relations, their culture was stolen from them. Our people are survivors of a cultural genocide, and a lot of indigenous people in the US face almost a complete genocide. Entire nations wiped off the face of the map. Actually, you know what's really whack? If you look at a map of the US, it will show reservation, right? It will show the territory of reservations. If you look at Canada, it doesn't. You gotta search up a reservation that you know of to find it. They erase us in Canada. In the US, they take a step back and say like, oh, well, they're still here. You know, we didn't do too much. And then in Canada, they pretend like we don't exist. And when we come out and we practice our ceremonies in public, we are told to go home and to leave. And we say, we are home. We're right here. This is our home. We're on our territories. We are practicing our values. And people think that reconciliation and sovereignty means getting rid of everyone that's in our land, but that's not it. We can coexist. We have before. We had overseas relations before colonization. We had trade with, I believe, with China, and we had trade with Japan, had trade with some European countries. The Scandinavian nations, they came long ago and had relations with us. There were Irish settlers too, and they didn't try to turn us away from our own culture. They tried to embrace it. And that's all we ask, is that people embrace our culture as we embrace yours. That we celebrate each other in the space that we share. Because we already shared our space with other nations within Turtle Island. Like, I am indigenous, but I'm not the same as the Haudenosaunee, but we shared our land with each other. We're all one mind, one body, one spirit. We also have a belief that, you know, trees and rocks and animals and plants and all beings of creation have a spirit within them that must be honored and valued. And so when we do something like crossing water or taking something from the land, we give tobacco to it, one of our 4 sacred medicines, to honor that spirit. And you make something from that gift, it's no longer alive, it no longer has a spirit. But it still has that association with it, that responsibility of having given it a gift to take from it. And if you give that to someone else, they take in that responsibility too. We had a trade system that was based on gift giving. We lost that because, you know, money is the most important thing apparently.
I read about the gift economy through a book called The Gift of Strawberry. An Indigenous woman wrote it.
There's so many differences in the way that we viewed trade than Western society does, because money exchange is based on the work you've done, right? Gift giving is that, it's a gift. We gave the Taino people, when Columbus first arrived, gave gifts to them and the settlers, not because they thought they were some alien gods, because they said, oh, more traders, you know, we're going to give them gifts, they will give us gifts, and the trade will flow, and then we can start conversation. And then they gave them this declaration that said, you know, if you don't agree to our terms, we're going to war. They had no witness with them, and the Taino people could not read it. So on the day of the agreement, they were forced into a war that they had no idea they were being told was going to happen. Have you heard of the Declaration of Discovery when colonization first happened? Basically, it was this declaration to all settlers that any unoccupied land they came across was theirs to claim. They considered land owned by indigenous people to be unclaimed land and territory. So if there were any native people within that settlement, this mostly happened in the US, that's why I mentioned genocide, they would kill the people living there. And they would continue to kill those who would try to take the land back. In Canada, it was kind of a different story. They honored our treaties. I'm trying to air quote, it's hard to with this. But they tried to honor our treaties by signing with us, saying, yeah, we agree. And then slowly pushing us out and away and saying, oh, well, we agreed that this is our land now. And we'd say, no, we did not. We did not agree to that. We have several wampum agreements that state our terms, that if you break it in this way, then we cannot have relations, that we cannot have trade, that you are not honoring the treaties that we signed with each other. And they ignore it. They still ignore it to this day. I don't even have all the information that most other people do when we speak about the land back movement and the treaties, right? That's difficult because, you know, I want to advocate for our own people, but, you know, sometimes people ask me, like, well, do you know about this? And I'm like, not really. I'm gonna learn. I have to, right?
You've done an amazing job of making it abundantly clear just how screwed over everyone in your past, including yourself, has been. You've gotten the point across very well, and I hope that the people watching at home get the point too.
These are talks that we need to have. They're difficult talks. But you want to be an ally, or you want to honor the treaty lands that you live on, then reconciliation is going to go a long way if more people understand that land acknowledgements do not equal reconciliation. You can say all you want that I recognize I live on this land of this and this, but if you don't make the effort to help those people be comfortable in their own lands, actions mean more than words, and that's what we want from our government. That's what we largely want from the systems that are saying we will uphold our land acknowledgements and treaties, and they don't.
Is there anything that I, as an individual living in America, can do to help?
Just advocate. Let the indigenous voices be at the top of their own movements. Don't speak over their voices, but help them speak louder. Because, again, actions mean way more than words.
And out of nowhere, the ISIS fighter shot the kid right in front of the mom, and you could tell the mom was like pleading with them, like she was on the ground, she was probably crying, just completely distraught. And then they did something to the kid that I won't forget. So fast forward a couple months, I end up deploying. So this is around mid 2015 time frame, and it's not so much a deployment. It's like you're going forward to another Middle Eastern country, but you're not going to be in the line of fire. Your life's not going to be in jeopardy. It was an air operations center, and within the air operations center, there was two areas that I primarily worked. There was the operations floor, which I don't know if y'all seen any sort of like military movies or spy movies, to where they're in this giant room with a bunch of military dudes and policymakers, and there's these big old screens that line the sides of the walls and whatnot, and it's dark in there, and it just looks very like, I don't know, sci-fi, I guess. That was the operations center. And then you had the intelligence division that was opposite from the operations floor itself, where if you were to do non-ops related stuff, so if you were just like dropping points or doing collateral damage estimation, you would be back there. Not the ops floor. The ops floor is for like live stuff as it was happening. The operations center was there to control the air war. So pretty cool location, cool job. I have no complaints with the area. And what I ended up doing is, when I got there, I started in the intelligence division, and we worked with some of the other deployers out there that have been out there for 6 months. And they were just telling us, like, they were giving us changeover because they're eventually going to redeploy back to the US or wherever they're stationed in the world. We were going to take over their job. So they were just kind of give us the rundown, like, hey, here's some of the targets we did. And I'm like, yep, don't worry. I've been doing this for a while. I mean, I was a cocky motherfucker when it came to the, like, getting there. It's like, yep, man, done it, seen it, got it. Like, fine, move on. They're like, well, I've been here for, we had like our little scuffles, like, well, I've been doing this for X amount of months. I've been doing this for a year. And it was petty, but whatever. I kind of got over that. But got to the Intel Division, got all my training, and about 3 weeks later, I was told by our targets chief in the Intelligence Division that, hey, you're going to be doing dynamic targets. You're going out to the operations floor. So that's one of the things that targeteers are trained for in tech school, but not to the level of depth that I would have liked. We were training at the time when there was really no major war going on. I mean, we were in Afghanistan. We just drew down out of Iraq. So there wasn't a whole lot to train on. So they're like, you're going to be tasked with the dynamic targeting cell, or I'm just going to say DT cell for short from now on, which when you're working the dynamic targeting cell, or DT cell, we also worked with coalition partners out on the floor. So you had every sort of nation that was within the Operation Inherent Resolve coalition in this one room. It was wild. So in the same row as us, we had like the Aussies, the Brits, the Canadians, and at one point the French, but we kind of like shoved them in the back because they were smelly or something. I don't know. No, the French, they were wonderful people. They helped us with a lot of stuff. They're fine. They were okay. So anyways, some of the dynamic targets that we ended up going after all of this training, which it was like another 2 or 3 weeks out on the floor that I had to change over. Some of the targets included like disrupting ISIS finances, and 2 of the major finances that they had were checkpoints. And like checkpoints are essentially a dude or a group of dudes, usually armed, that control the population flow between cities. So in this case, Raqqa had a lot of checkpoints. They did not want the civilian population to move out of Raqqa because it's like, well, we're committing all these atrocities, we're scaring the population, but we don't want to scare them away. We kind of have to force them in here, and we can't build a giant ass fence around the city to keep them in. So they established checkpoints. And essentially, if a civilian wanted to move out of a city to another city, usually within ISIS-controlled areas, they had to get permission from the ISIS courts to do so. It was really fucking weird, and they had to have like some sort of reason to do it, like, oh, I'm doing this for work. Oh, which by the way, this work is for you guys. I'm working for y'all. They're doing it out of fear, and they're like, all right, cool, stamp, moving on, next. Other times, you had to get permission to move out of a checkpoint if you were actually fighting for ISIS. If you were a fighter and you were being transported out to like the front line, oh, they didn't give a fuck. All right, go right on by. And initially during the ISIS surge into Iraq and Syria, they would establish these checkpoints well ahead of their front line and start controlling the population before their main force even got there. And in fact, they would have these checkpoints established, and if they had like Iraqi security forces coming through and they're like, hey, why are you guys having a checkpoint? They would just mow them down. They'd be like, oh, you're Iraqi security forces? Or you're Iraqi government or Iraqi military? All right, we're just going to kill you right here. We might as well go ahead and get the ball rolling now while we can. So they made use of these checkpoints. But the financial aspect of these checkpoints was not only to keep the civilian population in there, but also extort them for money. As they came through, if they didn't have a valid reason, or if they had a valid reason and ISIS was desperate, which they were in 2015, 2016, all the way up to 17, they would just extort money. Be like, all right, hey, what do you got? And what do you got in your wallet? What do you got in your purse? I don't know if they had wallets and purses. I don't know what they carried for money, but they were like, hey, we will take your money. And some of the craziest things happened at these checkpoints. Oil targets, good source of revenue for them. And some of the targets included like the actual oil trucks themselves carrying the oil, pipe fitters. They were used for like the drills. They would actually take the pipes and use them to, get down into the oil to suck up the oil. And then the pumps themselves, they call them pump jacks. And it's these weird old things. You probably see them scattered across the US or any other country. It looks like this pivoting arm that just like moves up and down with like this pipe that sticks out from underneath it that goes into the ground. And it's just essentially to suck up oil. Then they put it into the trucks, they sell the oil. That's how they make their money. So those were some of the oil targets. As far as like common ground targets, we also had armored vehicles, like actual armored vehicles. So when ISIS was going through Iraq and Syria, they were capturing full-on like Humvees, which are like US general military transport vehicles. They had like MRAPs, they had tanks, maybe not a whole lot of our tanks, but I know they had some, I think they were T-62s and T-72s they captured from the Syrians, and they were just rolling them into Iraq like, hey, we really have no use for them here because we already have all this ground. Let's just push them into Iraq. So we had no shit armored vehicles. And then we also had the Mad Max vehicles, which were these up armored vehicles where they welded a whole bunch of steel. They used them for personnel carrying. They used for VVIDs. These were troop transport, and in fact, there was a GoPro video that was released, I believe, in 2017, showing the perspective of an ISIS fighter in one of these Mad Max vehicles, and he had like an RPG, and he was like firing it wrong or something like that. I think his name was like Abu Hajar, and they kept saying like, Abu Hajar, they're like, you're fucking up. You can, like, it keeps hitting our eyes, and we're getting blinded. Like, what are you doing? And I remember it was just the corniest video because they're going through this Mad Max vehicle. The front of it gets punched through with like an RPG or some sort of anti-tank round, and then they all hop out of the back. They're like, yeah, the driver's dead, all right, get out. And they get out and they start crawling on the ground, and I think it was the Kurds just lit them up as they're on the ground. So yes, the Mad Max vehicles did have some armor, but they went out just like any other standard military light vehicle. We also had technicals, which a technical is essentially a truck with a machine gun that's mounted in the back, and it could be a ZU-23, which is this anti-air gun that they just kind of weld to the back, or it could be just a standard 7.62 machine gun that they just have mounted on a swivel that somebody can stand up in the back, grasp onto this thing, and then just shoot wherever they're advancing. Not that advanced. ISIS was probably sponsored by Toyota Hilux, because that's what the majority of these vehicles were. Toyota Hilux is kind of a shitty sponsor. Smash that like button and subscribe. But what ended up happening with these technicals is that they were getting creative with them. Like, they were welding the armor all the way up to like the gun, so they could swivel the gun, but like they would only be able to swivel it a little bit. We actually ended up striking a technical when I was working on the DT cell. So here this is the weirdest situation. So they had this long ass road that was situated between the Syrian regime and ISIS controlled territories, and there was just a road out in the middle of the desert, not a whole lot in between, except for this one bermed out area. It was a small square, maybe 100 feet by 100 feet, and they had a technical in there, they had a tent, and they had a bunch of ISIS fighters standing around, or a bunch of dudes with AK standing around. And so we're like, fuck yeah, we're gonna hit that thing. Collateral damage is low. We have an MQ-9 that has a Hellfire on board. We're just gonna let it rip. We did a collateral scan, make sure there's no vehicles coming in both directions because we didn't want to frag a passing vehicle. Rifled it off, splashed it right on the technical. You can see all the secondaries. The ammunition was popping off because of the heat. We're like, all right, cool, we got it. We're going home. This was at night. So we're only seeing it in IR or infrared. So it's just this black and white. That's all we see. The very next day, we're like, well, let's swing by this same site again, take a look at it, make sure there's nothing there. We swing by, take a look at it, and we're like, yep, technical's still gone. Why is that tent blue, and why does it say UN on it? And we're like, oh shit, there's no way. And so we immediately went to the Jagger. We're like, UN, tent, what is it doing here? And after about 2.5 hours of investigating, turns out ISIS captured a shit ton of UN tents that were initially destined to Syria to help the fleeing refugees during the Syrian civil war. ISIS just captured a shit ton of them, and they were using them to actually bed down their forces because they believed if they had a UN tent in the middle of the desert with a bunch of dudes around it, it may be UN. But we were getting reporting that they were using these tents to basically mask their activities. And so we knew where the actual UN areas were. The UN was actually providing it to us. Like, this is where we're operating. Here's all the individually displaced persons camps, IDPs, IDP camps. Here's where they're all at. Here you go. And they would update us as soon as there was a new camp or a new UN outpost. They would give it to us. So we had it. So we knew that was not a UN outpost. Scared us half to death because nothing like slewing over and then just seeing a blue tent with UN with a burning vehicle still smoldering, or like a vehicle still smoldering next to it. And you're just like, oh boy, we fucked up. Another common ground target were earth movers. So whenever I say earth movers, I usually mean like bulldozers, excavators, construction equipment of that nature. And you're like, well, why the hell are we striking things that just move dirt? Well, one of the major things that ISIS did is that they would build these long berms. They would essentially have this excavator that would scoop up a whole bunch of dirt, and they would place the dirt closer toward their vehicle and drop it. And they would do it all the way down this line to where not only do you have this massive trench protecting you, but you also have this tall ass berm. So they can use these berms not only for defensive fighting positions in case the front line decides to move, but they can also use it to basically block off line of sight from any ground forces. These berms were massive, and some of them surrounded entire cities. So what we ended up doing is going after these earth movers, or excavators and front end loaders and whatnot, to try to minimize the amount of berms that you make. Now, I tell you what, if you wanted an investment opportunity after ISIS was wiped out of Syria, or at least the majority of them were wiped out of Syria, if you started a construction business there with earth movers, you would be rich by now. Because by the time we were done with them, there was like none left. They sound like stupid targets, but they had a purpose. So that was another set of targets. And of course, personnel. We always had personnel out in the open, usually with some sort of armament, small arms, AK-47s, or they were near vehicles that were associated with ISIS. They were pretty easy because it's like, well, they're soft targets. I mean, you could throw anything at it and it'll probably kill the dude. So we'll cycle back to checkpoints because we had a lot of checkpoint strikes. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce a dilemma for anybody who's watching this. But in dynamic targeting, I, as at the time a senior airman, was in control of the majority of unmanned platforms operating over Syria. The ones that weren't tasked, at least. If they weren't tasked, they were given to us. We were the dynamic targeting cell, and we made good use of them. We went and we scanned roads trying to find armored vehicles or checkpoints. We scanned known facilities that we struck in the past that ISIS was starting to use again because they're like, oh, well, maybe they're not looking here anymore. So we were always on our toes. Here's the dilemma. You have an MQ-9 under your control, and you tell them, okay, we're going to go ahead and search for targets. We have 1 hour of playtime, which playtime is essentially like, hey, you have this asset under your control for an hour, so I'm just going to use playtime. We had playtime for an hour, and we ended up slewing up. So it was a four-way intersection, north to south, east to west. It was like a proper intersection between, I know Raqqa was north, and there was like the smaller city that was south, but it was a T intersection. Now, you as the analyst have to determine which direction you want to go. Any decision you make may result in a target being killed, and it may result in an ISIS dude living another day. It's the.
I'm gonna put on another video, I guess. That one's like an hour and 40 minutes, which is fine, but I don't know, military stuff is less interesting, but yeah,
You have to fight tooth and nail just to prove
less, but
that you are who you are.
If you bet $2 million, would you bet it all?
Hi, I'm Vixie. I am 22 years old. I am intersex, and I was raised Mormon. It's a pretty interesting thing, being raised Mormon. For me, so I know for example, like Utah, there's several different sects of Mormonism. Mine was just the LDS sect. They actually don't tell you that there are other sects. Like, we never learned that. I didn't learn that there were other, like, sects of Mormonism until I, like, watched some stuff online. Just like they absolutely refuse to acknowledge each other, at least from what I've seen. Probably because they disagree on beliefs a lot, but... So I was adopted. My biological parents, I'm in contact with them. They are phenomenal people. The reason I was adopted was because they were pretty young and not financially stable enough to raise a kid. When they were looking at, like, the applications of, like, who's gonna get the kid, on the application that my adoptive parents sent in, they had marked themselves as ex-Mormon, which was really important to my biological parents because both of my biological parents are also ex-Mormon. And they wanted to make sure that I did not grow up having to face that stuff. It's one of the things about the Mormon Church is they basically groom you from a really young age.
Fortnite Legends.
Yeah.
What's up, Fortnite Legend? Yeah, I'm just animating, listening to video. You just subscribe. Thank you for subscribing. You will see animations and other stuff. Yeah.
Like, in Sunday school, you sing songs about going on a mission. They make you view it like it is the most important thing you'll ever do. And it's such an honor and a privilege to go on a mission, and it's just not. It's predatory at best and dangerous at worst. So with the Mormon Church, the tithing rate is 10%. They basically want their members to pay 10% of everything they make, no matter what that number is. But a lot of the times when you get sent on a mission, you get sent to some impoverished third world country, and it's not fair to, you know, convince people of this and then
looking in the darkness
ask that they,
nice,
you know, pay 10% of what little they already make.
Yeah.
So it's kind of predatory at best, and when I say dangerous, someone I'm related to went on a mission somewhere in the Pacific, and while he was there, one of the other missionaries got bitten by a snake in his sleep. Never woke up.
Oh my god.
Venomous snake crawled in through the window and got him while he was sleeping, and he never woke up. He never came home to his family. And that, of course, that was sort of...
Hold on a minute.
of, you know, oh, it's such a big tragedy, but of course it was sort of played off as like, well, you know, he died doing the Lord's work and yada yada. So that's what I mean when I say it's dangerous. It definitely can be. The other thing is the missionaries, like, you're not armed and you can get sent to some pretty dangerous places. Oftentimes missionaries are targeted by like muggers and stuff and robbers.
Are they ever targeted by the government?
I haven't heard stories of them get targeted by governments. Mostly because, I don't know, it wouldn't look very good for a government to go after missionaries of pretty much any religion. But it certainly doesn't stop the robbers. They're like, oh, easy target. They're not carrying any weapons. They're not gonna put up a fight.
Is it part of like the doctrine or something that you can't have weapons to keep yourself safe?
No, that's not part of the doctrine. It's just you aren't allowed to as a missionary. So something a bit different with Mormon missionaries. You really are expected to spend every waking moment either praying, reading the scriptures, or essentially having doors slammed in your face all day. Like when you go on these missions, you are relatively lucky if you convert even one family. Keep in mind these missions last 2.5 years.
Wow.
So the rejection rate is pretty high. I can't say I blame the people rejecting, but it's gotta get pretty demeaning feeling pretty fast. Just having that many doors slammed in your face.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like because Mormonism is so America-centric in its nature and its doctrine, like going to other countries and trying to spread it, you're trying to sell something pretty extreme to them, huh?
Yeah, I mean, essentially you are. You are trying to sell something that, in a lot of people's opinions, goes pretty contrary to what every other Christian religion believes. Because, you know, in Mormonism, you've got the Old Testament and the New Testament, but there's the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Book of Mormon on top of that. I mean, I know the Doctrine and Covenants and Pearl of Great Price are texts that exist outside of Mormonism, but, you know, you rarely hear about them. The whole concept of the Book of Mormon is essentially that after Jesus died, or I guess went up to heaven, he then went down to the Americas and, you know, was like preaching in the Americas. Yeah, you know, the Bible just ends it with he raises from the tomb and goes to heaven, and the end.
They kind of just stapled that lore on top of it, huh?
Yeah, they kind of really did. So, you know, already Mormonism is kind of a weird thing to get brought up into. A lot of people kind of think of it as a cult. I wouldn't say it's a cult, because, I mean, unlike Jehovah's Witness, if you leave the church, you know, your friends and family are not made to disown you. At least from what I've seen, that was not there.
I mean, it happens. I've met people that did happen to, but it's not required.
Yeah, but that's usually the family's choice.
Yeah.
Usually. Sometimes the bishop talks the family into doing that, but that's usually not something widely preached. Moving on past that, and this sort of gets more into the being trans and intersex. You know, I was always a pretty weird kid, but the first time that I basically knew I wanted to be a girl was when I was 4 years old. That's pretty early for that kind of thing to be hitting. But at that time, I kind of essentially thought like, oh, you know, I can grow up to be whatever. I'll grow up to be a girl. Cool. And I definitely like played with a lot of feminine toys growing up. Like I played dress up with princess dresses and enjoyed having my nails done and stuff. That's not to say I also didn't play with masculine toys, but there's a pretty even mix. I remember when I was 4 years old, I went up to the dining room where we were having dinner, and I proudly proclaimed, "I'm a girl now. Call me this." And I don't remember what dumbass name 4-year-old me chose, but I mean, that wasn't even, you know, like I hadn't had any like outside influences. I just wanted to be a girl. My parents shut that down pretty quick. I think especially in part because my grandma was there. My very devoutly religious Mormon grandma. That was the first time that I really had those thoughts, but they definitely continued after that. I remember the first time I was called handsome. I felt entirely repulsed by getting called handsome, to the point that I straight up told my parents, don't ever call me handsome. I hate that word more than anything. Don't ever call me handsome. And for the most part, they did respect that. That was, again, probably I was 4 or 5 years old.
So it started early. Like it was so built in.
Yeah, it started really, really early for me, which, you know, Yeah, that happens, but with a lot of like trans stories, a lot of this reflection comes later in life. Usually, you know, about as early as, you know, preteens, but
Like, you didn't even need to be cracked.
no, my
It
egg
was just
came
there.
pre-cracked.
Yeah. Part of me wonders, like, because you were assigned male at birth, right? But
It was.
Yeah, but being intersex doesn't just come with, you know, sometimes it has to do with genitalia. Not all the time, to be clear. But one of the things that comes with it is hormonal differences as well. So part of me wonders if the natural hormonal differences just were already there before you even got to the point where most people register it.
I do know they were, because looking at early adolescent symptoms of hormonal imbalances, I mean, you get things like stomach aches, irritations, like irritability, bone deficiency problems is another. But those were all things that I struggled with a lot. You know, you said it can be genital, it can be hormonal. For me, it was definitely both. On the outside, at the time that I was born, my genitals looked fairly normal. That would not stay true. I'm not going to get too into it because of NSFW stuff, but as I developed, they began to be more ambiguous, and like my testes never descended fully. So the skin that would otherwise be like scrotal tissue kind of ended up being more like labia. Now, that's really weird. Like, there isn't a hole right there, but it's essentially like, you know, the penis and the labia surrounding it, and my testes are still up in my abdomen.
And to be clear, when does testicular development of that type usually happen?
Oh, jeez, I don't know. You mean when do they drop?
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think it happens relatively early. Usually when they don't drop, you have to get them removed, because otherwise they can herniate and cause other problems. So I'm kind of surprised that that never happened to me.
Well, I'm glad it didn't.
As far as the hormonal issue stuff go, I went through 4 puberties. 4. I know, that sounds really weird, because it is. You know, my first puberty was a female puberty. I think I was 10 to 12. This is essentially the point where in school, you know, you have your first batch of sex ed where they say, you know, you're gonna grow taller and hairier and more muscular, and your voice is gonna drop, and, you know, you're gonna have some weird stuff happen down there. And then the exact opposite happened to me. I started growing boobs. I, to this day, do not have facial hair. Like, I don't even have armpit hair. Like, that never happened to me. Yeah, they say, oh, you're gonna get stronger and hairier and your voice will drop, and that never happened. I had such a high voice, I was placed in the female choir as a soprano. God, going through school like that, I mean, of course it was really confusing, but the bullying and harassment that I received from that was also pretty awful. Because, I mean, you grow up your entire life, you kind of had to come to terms with, I don't want to be, but I guess I'm a boy. And everyone around you knows you as a guy. And then all of a sudden, your face gets a little rounder and your voice doesn't drop, and you start having breast growth. Super, super weird and uncomfortable. In part because my school is one of the schools that made you change for gym class. So I always locked myself in a stall in the bathroom because we didn't even have locker rooms. I was like doing my best to like cover it up. One story that bridges off of this, we had this really big kid. He was kind of a bully. I'm not gonna say his name. Just think he was about a 75 to 100 pounds bigger than I was. And this was in like 5th or 6th grade. And it was at this point that I started to wear trainer bras because I had like legitimate breast growth, and if I didn't, then it was pretty noticeable. So There I am changing in the locker room, and this dude picks up another kid and throws him into the stall door. Breaks the lock on the stall door. You know, there I am, mortified that, like, one of the meanest, biggest, toughest kids in the grade is looking at me while I'm changing. He sees me, he sees my body, and I'm expecting to, like, oh hey, you fucking or some shit like that. Like, I'm expecting to get, like, beat down and harassed. He doesn't. He takes one look at me, his eyes widen like dinner plates, and he just really quietly under his breath says, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then closes the door and walks away. And after that day, he never harassed me again. And I don't even know what to think about that. You know, because I kept asking my mom, like, hey, why am I growing boobs? She's like, you're not growing boobs. You're gaining weight or something. And I was like, no, you can still count the ribs on me. I'm not gaining weight. I'm just growing boobs. So she took me to the pediatrician. And we asked the pediatrician, why am I growing boobs? And the pediatrician takes a look at my chest and says, yup, those are boobs. Anyways, have fun in school. Like, no explanation was offered or given. Not to me, not to my mom. And this is another point that I will touch on multiple times here, but more so later, is the sheer amount of medical erasure that happens to intersex people. After that, you know, my female puberty lasted 2 or 3 years there. Then the tail end of sophomore year in high school, beginning of junior year, that was when I got my first male puberty. And my voice did drop a significant amount. And I was expecting, you know, a lot of other changes, like, oh, hair growth and stuff like that. That never came. I did get stronger though, in part because of the extracurricular activities I did. See, I became a blacksmith. Blacksmithing is pretty physically taxing. You've got to be strong to be a blacksmith, or if you're not, you will be by the time you're experienced with it. So I had my first male puberty, and that lasted all of about 1.5 years, 2 years. Fast forward a little later, it was 2018. I graduated high school. At this point, I had a girlfriend. We were intimate and stuff. I remember one day she was like, are you growing boobs? And I was like, I mean, it happened before, but maybe? She's like, I'm pretty sure you are. Your chest is squishy. And I was like, okay. Well, fast forward on that about 1 year. They had developed into C cups at that time. Like, no external hormones or anything like that. They had developed into C cups. I should preface this by saying, when I was 12, I found out what being trans was. I came out to my mom in that summer of 2012, and she had some particularly nasty things to say about that. So I never brought that up with her again until I transitioned. At this point, I knew I was trans, but I was, you know, I repressed it. I essentially like glued my egg back together.
Yeah.
At that point that I had C cups, I actually liked them a lot. I had every intention of keeping them. I mean, that was the joke I made. Like, I grew them, I'm keeping them.
At this time, were people referring to you as male or female? Or did you correct them if it was male?
At that time, during my second female puberty, people who knew me were referring to me as male. That being said, there were a number of instances where people did not think I was male because I did not look like a guy. During my second female puberty, my hips got wider, my face got rounder. I started growing my hair out as soon as I graduated high school. I had a very round feminine facial shape. I lost some muscle mass. I didn't really have a lot of muscle mass to begin with, but I definitely lost that. And then the addition of the C cups, and there you have it. I was fairly androgynous without meaning to be. I remember at one time, at the time, girlfriend and I went to a club because they had like an 18 and over night, and we'd never been to a club before, so we decided to try it. as we're at the club, this group of guys starts offering to buy both of us drinks and asking to dance with both of us. And I really had no idea why. It wasn't until later, when I saw pictures taken of us, did I realize I looked like a butch lesbian.
How'd that make you feel?
Honestly, pretty fucking good. Pretty affirmed.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was really weird at the time, and I was honestly a little, I wouldn't say creeped out. I was just really weirded out, but it made sense after I saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was wearing a flannel shirt and everything, so.
Yeah. So you kind of stumbled into passing perfectly.
I wasn't passing at that time yet.
Mm.
I didn't start passing until a bit later. It was at that time that my best friend, her name is Grace, she was the person who cracked my egg again, and she has helped me through so much. She has been there for me, and she is kind of an inspiration to me because she has never given up on her own struggle. Grace, fucking thank you if you're gonna see this. But yeah, she cracked my egg, and a couple months later, I came out again to my mom, and I got on hormones. Well, I'll get to that in a second. When I came out to my Mormon mom, given what she said the last time, I knew I was gonna have to lay some tough love down. And I basically said, I don't really care if you accept or support me, but, you know, just know if you ever want to see your grandchildren or have a relationship with me as an adult, you've got to learn to accept me because I'm trans. The minute that she took, the minute break there was like the longest minute of my life. She's gonna say, well, that's it, I guess. Have a good life. But she didn't. She said, all right, I accept you. And that was, yeah, woo! But that was like such a burden lifted off my back. My adoptive dad, on the other hand, it has taken him quite a while to get used to things. I know he still makes jokes.
How's it going, bro? This is Happy Wheels. Oh my god,
mean jokes at my expense on that, which I don't
Hello,
really
Shira.
appreciate, but what are you gonna do?
Well done, Legion.
After that, I began trying to get on hormones because, you know, at that point I had a lot of acne. I was very clearly having massive hormonal imbalance. At this point, it actually had not occurred to me that I could be intersex. That came a little bit later. I got a blood panel done, which they do before they give you hormones. And I got a call about a week later over the phone. They said, sorry to be the ones to tell you this. We picked up some strange hormone readings. You have a brain tumor. I was already in a really, really rough place with depression and dysphoria. And that was probably the worst news that I could have gotten, was that they weren't going to give me hormones. And the reason they weren't was because they don't know how the brain tumor would have reacted. So no hormones and a brain tumor on top of everything. And that was actually the second time I tried to get hormones, and I got rejected from 2 different places for 2 different reasons. I won't really go into the first one. It was just, it was my college's health center. They required some like pretty strict stuff to get on hormones from there. So I went to an informed clinic, an informed consent clinic. That's where I got the news about the brain tumor.
Can you tell me what an informed consent clinic is for everyone at home?
So an informed consent clinic is a place you can go. You tell them I want hormones, and you talk to them, and they say, well, what are you going for? Are you going for looking female or androgynous, you know, for the non-binary pals out there? You know, would you like to look a little bit more feminine? They work with you on what you want to do with hormones, and they give you a big packet, and that explains all of the side effects of hormones. They explain to you, you know, this is permanent. Changes are going to happen to your body, your bone structure, your tissue. These are permanent changes. You'll get wide hips. You can't undo that. No surgery exists to undo that. You will develop breast tissue, which at this point I already had. But, you know, they're like, the only way of fixing that is a cosmetic surgery that will not be covered through your insurance. They make sure you understand it, like what you're doing, pretty well. And then you have to sign it. And then they do a blood panel. They make sure you're all right, and they give you hormones. With that blood panel, they establish a baseline. My baseline was weird. I had a high estrogen and low testosterone.
Were they aware of you being intersex?
Nope. All these things adding up, and even I wasn't aware. But it was around that time that I started to question it, because I met some intersex people, and their experiences sounded a fair bit like mine. Weird puberties, hormonal imbalances, and now I had actual numerical proof of my hormone imbalances. I thought it was all very weird. They essentially said my testosterone was low to the point of a 90-year-old man would have more testosterone. And my estrogen was high enough that like a woman in her 30s or 40s would have that amount of estrogen. That's what got me started thinking, am I intersex? I called my parents and I explained to them, hey, I just got some news. I have a brain tumor. I don't think my parents took it at all seriously, because they laughed. They laughed and were like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. I got an MRI done. They gave me the disc, the disc drive, and I put that into one of the library computers, looked through the images. Sure enough, there was a nickel-sized tumor pressing on my pituitary gland and my thalamus. The pituitary gland is the part of your brain that deals with hormones and stuff. It also deals with your immune system because, and I'll get to this later, it controls a chemical called cortisol, which is your body's stress hormone. If you don't have cortisol, you essentially don't have an immune system. Your thalamus is the part of your brain that deals with a lot of involuntary stuff like breathing, heartbeat, temperature regulation.
Might be important.
I think it deals with the micro movements your eyes make. Not like REM. Your eyes move around a little bit in very small amounts whenever you're looking at anything.
So it keeps the engine running, and this thing was being
Essentially
pushed on.
Yeah, it was. That's not all. There was another thing too. There was another mass in my brain aside from that. And upon seeing that second one, you know, I really felt like my worst fears had been realized. This is brain cancer, isn't it? There's really not going to be a coming back from this. That fucking destroyed me. Here I was trying to transition and receiving the news of what appeared to be brain cancer, realizing I was never going to be able to live as a girl. In a follow-up MRI, that other mass disappeared. The doctors don't think it was a tumor. They think it was some weird blood vessel structure in my brain that went away, which I know is weird. But the initial tumor was, yeah, a tumor. So at this point in time, I was being denied hormones because of the tumor. The endocrinologist I went to go see gave me two options. The first of which was a series of dopaminergic medicine. Dopaminergic meaning it would basically latch onto dopamine receptors. It would have made me more depressed, but it would have shrunk the tumor. It would not have gotten rid of it, only shrank it. So that was the first option. The second option was, given the tumor's position, a fairly risky brain surgery. Given that I was already extremely dysphoric and depressed and super suicidal, I opted for the brain surgery. The odds of surviving weren't great. There was a good chance that it was going to leave lasting damage to like the functionality of my body. My brain was putting pressure on the ocular nerves, so my field of vision was slowly getting cut off from like here, down to here, down to here. And at one point, like, I was walking into shopping carts and railings and stuff like that because past about here below me, I could not see. But I had the brain surgery and it knocked out my immune system. Back to the cortisol. My body was incapable of making cortisol, and there was high risk of something called diabetes insipidus, which is where your body cannot hold on to water.
So you basically die of thirst even if you were drinking.
Yeah. Because you'd intake water and like immediately piss it out. When I came out of the surgery, I woke up in the intensive care unit. It was the brain bleeds ICU. It's essentially the ICU that you don't come back from. Everybody in there was either comatose, dead, or dying. My neighbor, the person in the room neighboring mine, died while I was there. And I watched the priest go in and the doctors go in, nurses called code, you know, family went in, and it wasn't that night. It was several nights after I got in there. I walked with a nurse to the Panera in the hospital, and the nurse said it was the first time in 23 years that a patient from that ward had walked with her. They didn't tell me how bad, you know, the odds were of everything and, you know, how risky this was, but it was pretty clear. They didn't have to tell me. When I awoke from the surgery, my adoptive dad was sitting at the end of the bed, and one of the first things he said to me was, "Are you still trans?" As if the tumor had caused it. Just a royally fucked thing to say to your kid after they wake up from a risky brain surgery.
Yeah.
But I got better. I was moved out of the ICU into the MCU, moderate care unit, where I saw my endocrinologist again. And I asked her, so one of the ways of figuring out if you're intersex or not is through karyotyping. And that's essentially when, you know, they take your blood and they sequence your chromosomes. Like, they actually, like, sort your chromosomes and count them and identify them. So if you have a chromosomal anomaly, that will show it. Like, if you have, I don't know, an example would be Turner syndrome, that would show it. Or Klinefelter's. Klinefelter's is when you have two X chromosomes and a Y chromosome. That's Klinefelter's. It would show if you have a chromosomal anomaly. And my endocrinologist looked me up and down, dead in the eyes, and said, "You don't look intersex." It's like, are you kidding me? She was like, "Nope, that's something we'd reserve if you needed it, but it doesn't look like you do." I was like, that's not up to you to decide. Fast forward a couple weeks. I had gotten my immune system back. Up until that point, I was having cluster headaches, which are extremely painful. And I was having to rely on external cortisol. But I went into her office and she gave me like an up and down full physical, make sure everything was okay. You know, this was like a full physical. And she saw down there and she was like, I think you should get karyotyped. And I was like, you dumb motherfucker. I asked you for that. She was like, yeah, but like, I didn't see that, so. But yeah, you should get karyotyped. I went out and I went back to the informed consent clinic, and because I didn't have the tumor anymore, they put me on hormones.
Was there any chance, from what the doctors have told you, that the intersex conditions, hormonal imbalances, could have caused the tumor? Or made it more likely?
Most doctors essentially kind of refuse to acknowledge that you're intersex, even if you clearly, visibly are. One of the things that hormonal imbalances like that can cause are tumors, brain tumors.
Wow.
So I do think that that is where it came from. 100%. Up until that point, I was DIYing on hormones. So I would buy hormones and get them shipped in past customs from another country where that country's laws about purchasing hormones were more lax. And that was essentially how I was keeping the dysphoria at bay, and it was working really well. I was looking really good. About a month after I started DIYing, I started passing. So really, really quickly, I started seeing results.
A month of hormones making that much, that's incredible. I've never heard of something like that. That's awesome.
My boobs grew 3 cup sizes in that first month.
Wow.
I went from C to D, double D, and then triple D.
Yeah, most people wouldn't even notice the difference in the time it took for you to basically switch.
Oh, it hurt like hell.
I bet.
It hurt like hell. When your boobs grow that fast, it hurts so much.
Yeah.
It feels like you're getting stabbed in the tit. So I went to the informed consent clinic, and my provider there, fuck, she was really amazing. I got her to give me a referral for a pelvic ultrasound because it was about at that time I started getting periods, like actual blood periods. So we knew there was something down there. So I get this order and I go to the hospital. The ultrasound is going great. The technician is like, that's your bladder and that's your prostate and that's your uterus? What? And then she's, like, oh my god, I've never seen this before. You have a uterus.
Are these people not educated in school about intersex conditions? Like, is this not a necessity to learn about?
She's not a doctor, she was just a technician.
Ah.
As far as doctors go, yeah, there's not a whole lot of education on intersex unless you're like an endocrinologist.
Wow.
If you're not an endocrinologist, usually you aren't going to touch much on intersex stuff, and this is the story that it starts, but the medical erasure is real. The reason doctors won't tell you if you're intersex is, like really, really terrible old school thinking. They consider an intersex diagnosis to be what they call a cognitohazard. Basically, they fear that the patient, upon finding out that they're different and this heavily impacts their life and like your ability to have children and your general overall health and well-being and stuff like that, they think there's a possibility you could go out and try to hurt or kill yourself because of it. So they just won't tell you, which is super fucked up because doctors deliver devastating news all the time. When you have cancer, your doctor doesn't fucking hide from you that you have cancer. Your doctor says, this isn't easy to say, you have cancer. Here's your treatment options.
Yeah.
They don't do that with intersex. They straight up don't tell you anything. You have to fight tooth and nail just to prove that you are who you are. So this technician took pictures of ovaries, testes, prostate, uterus. That got sent to the urologist. In the final report, with the pictures attached, the urologist stated, no abnormalities found. Just a complete and blatant lie. My provider took one look at the pictures and was like, yeah, you're pretty clearly intersex. It's important to note, my provider was a nurse practitioner, so they can write prescriptions, but they're not doctors. But she was like, yeah, you are clearly intersex. That's what's going on. It's not within my scope to treat you, but since this is an informed consent clinic, if you want it, I will still treat you. And I said, of course, and I'll do my own research, and I did. She was fantastic. We got to the point that I could go in for a checkup with her and be like, hey, let's do the labs and stuff. Can we include a test for estrone, otherwise referred to as E2? Can we also include a progesterone test? I could essentially get her to order the tests that I wanted, have the results sent to me as well as her, and then call her up on a video appointment, and basically through the sheer amount of research that I had to do would say, I think we need to lower this, or I think we need to increase this, or I think we need to change medications to this. And she would do it, and it was fantastic. She was probably the best provider I had. That was the first time that I had been lied to about being intersex by a doctor, but that was not the last. I eventually did get karyotyped. Something about the karyotyping test is extremely expensive, and oftentimes it is not covered by insurance. It was a pain to even get a karyotype ordered, but I did get one ordered, and I had to pay $1,100 out of pocket.
Oh my god. Do you have insurance?
Yes, but insurance wasn't going to cover it because they didn't see it as medically necessary. So I paid that. They collected 12 cells. They were only supposed to grow 5. They would karyotype them, send the results back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Well, I kept calling and calling. 6 weeks later, they sent the results back. On the results, it showed that they'd done the test a total of 4 times. Like 4 different growth batches. They had gone through all 12 cells. On the final report, marked it as no abnormalities found.
Oh my god.
Again, normal XY chromosomes is what they marked it as. And my provider took one look at that and was like, they're doing something wrong. This isn't right.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to repeat a test 4 times to get it right. You don't have to keep the results 3 times as needed. Clearly, they found some weird abnormalities, and they kept doing the tests to see if they could get a more accurate or less anomalous answer, and they couldn't. So they marked it down as normal because they'd kept it for too long anyways.
The French healer, who is a med student that I know, gave this comment. He said, personal experience, we are the first generation to have communication class in med school, and we learned that we need to tell the truth to the patient unless they explicitly don't want to know it. So it does sound like things are getting better.
I'm really, really glad to hear that. And yeah, it is true that most of the doctors that I have had poor experiences with were older doctors who'd been in practice for, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah. The thing is, they probably do their job just fine when they don't need to talk about something like this, but then the moment they're needed for something so important, they fail miserably.
So my endocrinologist who dealt with my brain surgery, once she found out that I was intersex, I mean, she saw it with her own eyes, she immediately went out, without talking to me about this at all, she went out and secured a $10,000 research grant from the hospital. She then called my informed consent clinic. She called my provider and tried to convince them to stop providing me hormones so that she could take over and essentially do clinical studies on me.
Without consent.
She didn't talk to me about that at all. Good thing good thing that's not how healthcare works, and the informed consent clinic essentially told her to fuck off. And I told her to fuck off too. Because they told her that they would need my permission to do that, to transfer care. So they essentially told her to fuck off. So in the next appointment, she came to me and was like, this is what I want to do. And I was like, you want to do what? You want to decrease the level of hormones I'm taking that are working flawlessly on me? Hell no. I walked out of the office and I canceled all of my upcoming appointments. All of them.
Good.
Any follow-up MRIs, anything that would go to her as a report, anything she had ordered, all of it canceled, gone. Because she didn't even talk to me about it until she was begging me to sign over my care to her so I could become her fucking lab rat. I do now know what variant of intersex I am. The reason I know is because I did an exorbitant amount of research. I went out, I bought a very expensive high-powered microscope. I got my hands on some gamma stain. I got my hands on some other chemicals for staining cells, and I took a look at my own cells.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
I had to do that myself because I couldn't get answers from a urologist. I couldn't get answers from an endocrinologist. Blood tests, I couldn't get answers from anybody. Once I confronted my PCP, my primary doctor, it was a struggle to even get it listed in my chart that I was intersex. And you know what they listed in my chart? They listed unspecified intersex condition.
And at this point, you had presented them with, hard evidence.
I bought a snaking camera to do a colonoscopy, essentially, and find out where the monthly bleeding was coming from. And I did. I found it. I found a vaginal opening. I, of course, had the results from the stuff I did with the microscope. I had the images from the pelvic ultrasound. I had an MRI more recently taken of down there that shows everything. Even with all of that, actually getting them to try and figure out what variant of intersex it is, fucking impossible. So in my area, there is a center for intersex disorders, It's a part of the local kids' hospital. Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is. Performing unnecessary surgeries on children to quote-unquote fix them.
Oh my god. That's gross.
I was super lucky that that never happened to me. That I never went through any of those surgeries. I am super lucky because I know so many people who can't say the same. And doctors made a choice and they made the wrong choice. And now they have lost a part of themselves that would otherwise help them to be more content with who they are. But I now know that I am chimeric. I am XX/XY chimeric. It's really weird to think about like two different sets of DNA.
You have a full second set.
Basically, yeah.
Do they like coexist? Are they both in the cells at the same time?
They're not in the same cells at the same time. As far as coexisting, that's hard to call it coexisting. One of the things that happens when you are a chimera is your body is constantly at war with itself. You develop a lot of autoimmune disorders. For example, right now, it is very hard for me to walk because not only have I developed arthritis at 22 years old, I have also developed hip dysplasia. My SI joints are filling with fluid. I have some pretty bad autoimmune gastrointestinal problems. Sometimes my heart does some fucky things. Just all around a mess. And it's specifically because my body is at war with itself. I always make the joke about being a chimera. Edward, big brother. Anyways, yeah. So the way I've kind of worked around all this medical erasure is I have been going to different specialists for different issues. For the arthritis and for the SI joints, going to a rheumatologist. For the gastrointestinal stuff, you know, the gut doctor. For the heart stuff, going to a cardiologist. I'm having to like split it up.
You have to like put all the puzzle pieces together with specialists that can't deny everything.
Well, yeah, because whether or not they deny that I'm intersex, they can't deny that I am having these autoimmune issues.
Right.
That's what I'm doing, is just getting specific, like, different referrals for all these different things. And that's how I've been going about it.
And the person at the Informed Care Clinic, is she still like the superstar in this? Is she helping you get these referrals?
I'm at a new care clinic now because I moved across the country. But yes, the new clinic that I'm at, she's great. She's helping me get all this done. I actually have not told her that I'm intersex. When I moved across the country, I went to an endocrinologist. Endocrinologist was a total piece of shit. Like, absolutely, completely unprofessional. Refused to continue with the same dosage of hormones that I've been on, like, for 3 years now. I said, look, I didn't come for a re-evaluation, I came for continuation of care. She did not seem to understand it at all, so I then went to Planned Parenthood. And at Planned Parenthood, I did tell them I'm intersex. I do have a uterus. They said that they would not prescribe me hormones unless I took progesterone along with the hormones. For a normal trans girl, that's a pretty sweet deal right there. You're getting progesterone and hormones. For me, it's not, because my body already makes its own progesterone. And when I have external progesterone, it makes me My life is like a game.
So we stick together.
You know, life doesn't really feel like a video game anymore.
My life is like a video game.
That's good. That's good.
Extremely depressed.
Can you explain what that chemical does in a typical human body?
Yeah, progesterone is the pregnancy hormone. It stops your period and allows for fetal development, as far as I understand. In a non-intersex trans woman, it helps to a degree with redistribution of fat. With me, it just fucks with my body so much, because I have been pregnant before. Like, I know I am capable of getting pregnant. The last time I tried taking external progesterone, I was so depressed that within 4 days I became suicidal. It was that bad. So I said, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go there. I just haven't told my current provider that I'm intersex. But she is a great help in helping me with all these autoimmune problems. Currently, because of hip dysplasia and my SI joints filling with fluid, I am having to rely on using either a cane or a wheelchair to get around, which has
Just
not
came
been super
from
fun
Grubhub.
and has kind of put me out of work for a while. But
Great.
progress is coming.
Stick
I have
around for
pain
better
medication
content,
now, and
please.
I'm gonna see a rheumatologist in the next couple months, and we are discussing surgical options as well. So that's good. So I think all's going pretty well on that front. Now back to the Mormonism thing. It has been hella interesting how this all has went around with, you know, the Mormon side of my family, the church in general. My adoptive mom and her side of the family are really Mormon. When my uncle came to see me in like a surprise visit while I was recovering from brain surgery, before he saw me, my mom was like, hey, we should meet in the cafeteria. I've got some things to explain, which was, you know, essentially, yeah, that I had transitioned, and they were down there for like a good 3 hours. And when he came up to see me, he said, how's my niece doing? Which was fucking great.
Yeah.
I really didn't expect that coming from that side of my family. My uncle came out as gay in the 80s. They nearly disowned him. So I was nervous, but surprised in a very happy way that apparently with me, they don't give a shit. And that's been the same for the rest of my Mormon family as well. You know who hasn't taken it well? My dad's side. My dad is Lutheran. They haven't been so supportive. They haven't taken it very well. As far as my biological family goes, so I tracked down my biological family. This was hard to do because the adoption agency that I went through and the communication went through from my adoptive parents to them, that was through the adoption agency. The adoption agency went out of business when I was 12. I couldn't just call up the agency and be like, hey, I want to get in touch. So I got a hold of some of the paperwork and I got their names. And I did one of those background check things on everybody in the United States with those names. And I looked at the location history to see who was living in what city during what years in order to give birth to me. And that's how I found them.
Wow.
And it was weird too, because my biological father, I essentially sent him an email like, hey, pretty sure you're the person I'm looking for? Did you have a kid with so-and-so many years ago? Because that's me. And he replied fairly quickly with, I don't know how you got this email, and I don't know what kind of scam you're trying to pull here. I don't even know how you know I had a kid that was put up for adoption. And I was like, this isn't a scam, this is me. I'm the kid. And he's like, no fucking way. It's really you. So yeah, that was hilarious. My biological family is extremely supportive. I have a non-binary sibling as well that I didn't know about until I got into contact with them.
Probably would have been helpful. Glad you got to him eventually, though.
Yeah, my biological dad's parents, so my grandparents are Mormon. They do live in Utah, where, you know, the presence of Mormonism is pretty big out there. You know, oddly enough, they don't care that I'm trans or intersex either. Which I know, this is ridiculous, because I've heard some very contrary things from other people. That like, oh, they came out of trans as trans and their Mormon families completely disowned them or something. But that didn't happen to me. Almost did happen to me on the Methodist Lutheran side of my family. I don't support the church. I don't really believe in what they stand for and like what the organization does. And there's some really, really fucked up parts about the Mormon church.
Oh,
There's there's some really, really fucked up parts about it too. I'm just happy that I still have family that cares about me. Things have gotten a lot better in the last couple years with moving out of my parents and getting jobs that are actually fulfilling to me and feeling more confident about my body. For all of you out there who are watching and are struggling with dysphoria, it does get better. It takes time and it takes patience, but holy fuck does it get better. So don't give up. If there are any intersex people watching this now, there's a really great Discord server called Intersex Haven 2.0. There's a lot of support and a lot of information that goes on, and that has helped me understand my body so much. That Discord has the most knowledgeable people I think I've ever met. So if you are intersex or are suspecting that you're intersex, you want information, you have questions, go ahead and check that out.
Any tips on coming out to your parents as trans or your family as trans?
I mean, there definitely is some testing the waters and some considerations that you want to make before. Like, for me, I didn't come out to my family as an adult until I was moved out and in college and doing stuff on my own.
Yeah.
So that way, if my parents rejected me, I was never gonna have to talk to them again, and they couldn't kick me out either, because I was already out of there, off at college.
That's a piece of advice I've heard very often about coming out to your family is if you think that you're in danger, if you tell them, wait till you're in a safe place. But the moment you're ready, let them know and don't back off.
It's okay to start hormones and not tell them.
Yeah.
If you don't think they can handle it, they don't need to know until you're ready to tell them. Tips on it, though, would be, sitting them down and really just try and have a calm, rational discussion about it. If they don't accept you, what's going to happen? Probably not going to have a relationship with you. If you have kids, they're going to be missing out on grandchildren. Stuff like that.
The other question was just a general advice for trans people. Like, maybe some tips about existing in that way.
Yes, I do. I have tons of advice. Because I am intersex, I had to learn everything that there is to know about hormones and like the medicines you take to transition. Because, just like with the progesterone, there was a good chance that my body was going to do some funky stuff when I started taking them. The biggest thing that I hear is people who have been on hormones for 3, 4, 5 years and really haven't gotten a ton of changes. When I ask them, well, what dose of hormones are you on? And it's usually the same thing. Like 2 milligrams of estrogen a day, or less than that, and on spironolactone. Like a low dose, like 50 milligrams of spironolactone. If you're not seeing changes, there's a good chance you're not being given a high enough dose. WPATH is what doctors follow. That's the guidelines set by insurance companies. WPATH recommends lower doses. Here's the other thing. WPATH is old, antiquated research from the 1980s. Get yourself on a higher dosage. Get on a higher dosage of blockers and get on a higher dosage of estrogen. If you can, get off of spironolactone altogether. Take cyproterone acetate or bicalutamide. Bicalutamide good. You can get it in the US. Another thing is DIYing. I don't recommend DIYing, especially if you don't know what you're doing. But if you're that desperate, it is a thing that exists. You can find resources on it. It is an option. I think I go for all of us when I say, as dangerous as it can be, DIYing and doing it yourself is still better than crippling dysphoria causing you to kill yourself.
Yeah.
Just be safe and don't stop fighting. Conservatives say like, oh, the majority of people who transition when they're young detransition later in life.
That's just not true.
That's not actually true. The actual statistic of people who detransition is less than 1%. It is that small a number. Something about the trans kids should have access to safe hormones. You know what the suicide rate is for trans people who don't have access to hormones?
It's significantly higher than those who do, right?
It's like 40-something%.
Oh my god.
There hasn't been a group in human history with a suicide rate that high since the Holocaust happened.
Oh my god.
Oh, and yes, there are in fact studies that show that that drops down significantly once people actually get on hormones and get the gender affirming care they need. I have lost a number of friends to suicide, a number of trans friends and intersex friends. In the last 3 months, I have had to say goodbye to 6 friends. Close friends that I've known for years. Friends that I've played games with, hung out with, helped through their hard times, and at the end, wasn't even able to say goodbye. It's got to stop somewhere.
You don't fix this any way other than giving them what they need. There is no other way to make this better. You give people gender affirming care that they need to survive. It's that simple.
I didn't mention this either. The first time I tried to kill myself, I was 8 years old. And from the period of when I was 8 up until about when I started high school, I tried to kill myself several more times. And I know that was in part because of dysphoria, feeling like I'd never get there. I did, and I'm sitting here today to show it.
And after that night, I was never the same person again. I think a good place to start is a basic understanding of the methods of like operations. There's actually like entire organizations whose whole thing is that they sit and they study how they operate, what their modus operandis are, like what's successful and what's not successful, and what they're basically like 7 steps that a cult goes through to like indoctrinate a follower. The key thing that you'll find is isolation. That's like number 1, is they get you away from the people that you know, they get you away from your support structure, they bring you either physically isolated to someplace rural or emotionally isolate you by turning you against the people that care about you, or turning the people that care about you against you, depending on the situation. There's a lot more to it. Going in depth would be a huge video all on its own.
How did it start for you?
So when I was about 8, my mother got her master's degree in social work, and where we lived at the time, there was no work for people, and this is like 1998. So there was no work for social workers where we were living unless you had experience. So she kind of threw out the job applications far afield, and we wound up moving to Arizona, into like the Mojave Desert. What I didn't know at the time is that the place she wound up working for is like you can almost think of it like a call center, but like for mental health and like crises. So like she would see clients that would like make appointments and stuff with the center, working a lot with kids and like parents and people that were sent by the state. But then she would also do a lot of work with like emergency hotline. So people who are planning to commit suicide and are calling in a hotline, or people who are in an abusive relationship and scared, like they would call her. And that made her the kind of exact person that you find cults tend to target the most. Vulnerable, emotional, because you can't work that kind of job without like a solid support structure. It's kind of like being a 911 dispatcher. It's emotionally exhausting. So if you don't have people there that can support you, or like the right kind of mindset for it, it can make you vulnerable.
But I mean, even I know that if you spend enough time listening to the worst humanity has gone through, you know, it starts to get to you a bit.
Oh yeah, I imagine. You've done a lot of videos covering like horrific things. And so those are the people that cults like to target. You know, growing up we were religious, went to church on Sundays and that kind of stuff. Moving away from all of our family to Arizona, we had stopped doing that. So the one that approached us was small, wasn't very well organized, and that's another thing that people tend to misunderstand, is that not every cult is Jonestown. They're not all like these big MLMs like Nexium. A lot of them can just be a few people with a leader. What it really comes down to is how the person operates and like their intent.
and a leader is required for it to be a cult by definition.
I have never heard of a cult that did not have a strong individual leader, though I suppose in theory a cult could exist without one.
Yeah, a democratic cult doesn't sound like the most natural of things.
Yeah, that sounds terrifying, actually. So they offered familiar comfort, like in religion. They offered like a support structure, like a shoulder to lean on, and that's kind of how they drew my mother in. I was like, like I said, I was 8 at the time, so my biggest concerns were school and, going to like my after school center where, we traded Pokemon and played cards and stuff. So they befriended her, and after the span of a couple of months, they helped find her a job, not at the center she was working, but rather at a school that was deep out in like the Mojave Desert. So we lived in a town called Kingman in Manzanita County, and this is like 80 minutes away from there at like freeway speeds. There's a few towns nearby, but like none of them have a population density higher than like 20. No running water, like systems have to bring in from wells and that kind of jazz. So she started working at the school there, and so that commute every day was kind of brutal. So she would work late into the night, and then drive home, and I would wind up being at like the daycare or whatever until like 8. So she decided, with some friendly suggestion, to move out into that area because the housing was cheap, because nobody lives out there. And all of a sudden, one seemingly reasonable thing to do, move closer to your work, and we're completely isolated. Our closest neighbor is a couple acres away, and they're of questionable moral standing, is a nice way to put it. What I would come to find out much later, is that like the area that we lived in was known, and might still be known, for like its underground meth production.
Oh.
Yeah. So like you would see occasionally in the middle of the desert these porta potties just sitting there. No construction site, a lot of times not even next to the road. You just see it off in the distance. And I found out that that's because those were often next to the road. You just see it off in the distance. And I found out that that's because those were often used as the entrances to underground meth labs. So like the DEA had a big presence there. More than one meth lab was raided while I lived there. One was blown up, actually, because it was too volatile to be like taken down. So not a place where you can really build a sense of community outside of your family. So our whole life became this person and like their close group of friends that kind of surrounded them, and like the church that they went to. It's strange because like when you fall in with a cult, it all seems so reasonable at first, and that's part of how they get you. They do everything in increments, right? So by the time this person started telling us that like she spoke to God and like God spoke to her, it didn't seem like crazy talk. It just seemed like, oh, okay, like, in the way that we all speak to God when we pray at night or whatever. It's like, well, no,
you didn't.
She literally hears voices, and she believes that it's God. And like by the time that like that kind of came forward, it was a little too late. If you expose someone to something drastically different from what they're used to right away, they're gonna rebel. But if you do it in little bits, then it's all digestible. It all becomes part of the new norm. But like boiling a frog, you put the frog in the pot, and then you turn on the heat. And by the time the frog realizes the water's boiling, it's dead. So that, but with people. The first increment was, oh, well, you need to get out of your job because, like, it's killing you on the inside. Here, come work at the school. Oh, well, your commute is awful. Like, look at how late you're getting home, and, like, you're spending all this money in daycare fees. Why don't you move out here? Well, that makes a lot of sense. It's cheap. It's like, oh, well, you don't have any other friends here, so why don't you join our church? There you can build a sense of community. It's like, oh, well, all of these people in the church, like, they're whatever. But this small group of friends that I have, they're great. We're all wonderful. We'll just do our own thing away from them. Oh, well, now that we're all here, I have a personal relationship with God, and I'm going to teach you how to have it. I talked to him, and now I'm going to teach you. And it's like the whole process, just very smooth. The other thing that they do that is important to understand is that in order to make you the kind of person who won't leave, they have to break you. The military, like if you were to go in the army, they talk about breaking you down so they can build you back up. That's a psychological thing that's done. Like they submit you to like certain psychological conditions so that way when you're in there in boot camp, like they can rewrite the way that you think. And so that's what any good cult, like any cult that like has a following or a presence of any kind, their leader or whoever's in charge of recruiting is able to break people one way or another. Some have like a specific method that they do. They have like a specific type of victim that they look for. Some are more generalized. They have the resources essentially to bring in anybody that they want. This one in particular, the lady who ran it, she targeted single mothers with kids. That was her target, which meant that like she never got very big. But the way that she broke people is by getting them to turn against their kids. Anything that ever went wrong became the kids' fault. So out in the desert, 8 years old, we moved to this house initially that was like really run down and like looking back on it, infested with all kinds of bugs. But it was like the first thing available. It was ever so subtly my fault that we had to move out as quickly as we did, you know, because, oh, well, your son's just a kid. Like, he might get sick, he might get hurt, he's kind of dumb. Kids make mistakes. So that pushed us out even further into the boonies, to a better house. And then it became things like, oh, well, these kids got into a fight at the school. Well, it's your son's fault because he was there and this reason and this reason. And it didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was that, like, actions were taken.
And I'm guessing you couldn't do anything to defend yourself.
Not really, no. Things got worse if I defended myself. When I was there, it was a small school, rural Mojave County. Like, we're talking, I knew kids that got on the bus 3 hours before school started, commuted to school, did all of their work, and then got back on their bus and then rode 3 hours to home, 5 days a week. Because, like, by law, schools have to provide busing to anyone in their district. And that's, like, how far-flung people are out here. So there was only, like, a class for like people in my grade, and there was one kid who for whatever reason like took it upon himself to like make my life hell. And I don't know what I did. Like, kids are shitty to each other, right? And I'm sure he had like a terrible life at home and like needed to like feel powerful, and like I was the person available. And so like even though like I tried to be friends with him, like it never really mattered. The one time that I physically defended myself against him, I wound up scratching him along the arm and causing him to bleed. I wound up going to a scared straight program because of that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So speaking up, defending yourself, like these are all things that like they turn into negative. If you call them out on something, for example, well, you're being rude or you're back talking. That said, at 8, I was still in that space of like, oh, well, an adult has told me this, so it must be true. If I asked questions, or the wrong kinds of questions, that could be seen as, like, backtalk. If I got upset because, like, I was being told to do something unpleasant, like, then it was, I had behavioral issues. And this is all incremental as well, so, like, it sounds like, well, why didn't you notice? Well, it's like, because initially it was just like, I got upset because we had to move away from all of my friends. Oh, well, you know, moving's hard on a kid. And then, like, when I got upset about other things, it's, he doesn't seem to be handling the move very well. To, you know, maybe he needs to talk to somebody. I know a person. You should talk to this person I know. And then suddenly it's, I think he might have behavioral issues. To get specific, because my mother was single, and I grew up ostensibly without a father, in order to fix it, the leader would send me off with her son a couple times a week for training to like teach me how to be a man or whatever, and like correct my behavioral issues. And those were some of like the worst moments of my life. I have only ever almost killed someone twice, and one of those times was in an outing with him. One of his favorite things to do would be to like fill a backpack with like a hiking backpack, like the big ones, with like a little bit of food, a little bit of water, a couple of other miscellaneous supplies, and then in mine he would stack rocks, as many as he could inside of the backpack, strap it on me, and then we would go march off and hike for like 3 or 4 hours in a direction until he was satisfied. And this is all under the guise of toughening me up because I'm too sensitive. That was the big thing for me personally, was that, you know, because I got upset, I was too sensitive. because I empathized with people too much. I was too sensitive.
Which is never a good mindset to have for a kid, by the way.
Yeah, right. Now, as an adult, I'm like, whenever I hear someone's like, oh, they're too sensitive, that's usually a red flag. I can count on my hand, on one hand, the number of times someone has said they're a little too sensitive, and it wasn't like, oh, you're just an asshole.
Yeah.
We would get out to wherever it is, and I remember one time in specific, you know, it's not yet the hottest part of summer, but like in the day, it's still hitting 98 to 100 degrees, and we go out and we're walking for hours, and like we go through this barbed wire fence, through a cow pasture where there's like bulls, and these are not like happy friendly cows. These are like free range like steer that are gonna be like killed for meat. They were not happy with us walking through their field, but we managed to keep our distance. We climbed up this little incline because, you know, Arizona's a desert, it's flat. It's got like mesas and plateaus, so no real mountains to speak of. But this little incline, and when we got to the top, we took our break, ate like peanut butter and crackers or whatever, drank water, and then I was given a watch, told to stare at only the watch for 15 minutes. And when I looked up, he was gone, and I had to find my way home.
Oh my god.
Now, he says he kept an eye on me the whole time, but the desert is flat, and like Mojave County is different than a lot of other deserts in that there's lots and lots of scrub. Like where we lived, Lake Mead was not too far away, and there's like wells, so there's lots of scrub, and there's lots of Joshua trees, and lots of yucca, but there's not a lot of place to hide. So I didn't see him at all for about 2.5 hours until he came walking towards me from the distance as I had gotten off path, I guess. But he's coming from way over here, like maybe half a mile away, 2.5 hours before he finally get home. And that might not seem like the worst thing in the world, right? Like if you're from Montana or Indiana, it's like, oh well, you were kind of left in the rough a little bit, you kind of figured it out, and then like they came and got you. But what you have to understand about like Arizona is that everything there wants to kill you, and not just the animals, the plants. In the Mojave Desert, you are more.
These are not podcasts, they're VR chat videos of people that Azil, and he like talks to people and they tell like their story or just anything, like a story about them or something, and issues and stuff, and it's fun. You should subscribe. I watch him, he's cool, and a lot of interesting cool people.
More valuable dead to the environment than alive.
It's like Australia for America.
Kinda, yeah. Like, the Mojave Desert has one of the deadliest, if not the deadliest rattlesnake in America. There's two types of rattlesnakes native to that desert. The Mojave Green and the Mojave Red. The Mojave Red, if it bites you, it sucks. It's like getting bitten by a rattlesnake. If the Mojave Green bites you, you have about an hour. And the nearest place with anti-venom is 80 minutes away, if you're on the freeway. There were feral dogs, like packs of feral dogs that would roam the area. In fact, one of the people we had to drive by in order to get home, she was like a pariah in the community. So to protect herself, she would throw raw steaks out of her car window when she would drive up to her garage, and these feral dogs with like a couple of coyotes would come up and like circle her house and eat it. And so it became like their territory. All kinds of insects, black widows, and then like there's the plant life. Like I said, there's like scrub, but like all of it's really like sharp, ready to cut. Joshua trees, they're not like like if you've never seen one before, they're not like a tree at all. They've got like this really spongy core of wood that's like not good for burning at all, and then they're completely covered in like these razor sharp like triangle leaves that if you're not wearing gloves, like good leather gloves, when you're like taking them down, will just cut through your skin. Same thing with yucca. In fact, when we were there, we called them razor bush, because if you fell into one, it would cut you up like you fell into razors. Everything there wants you dead. So being left in that environment, it's like at 8 with maybe 6 months of experience in the city desert and like a few weeks of experience in the rural desert was terrifying. I heard rattlesnakes at least twice on that walk alone, and I'd been briefed on what to do when you hear a rattlesnake, which is stop moving, identify the source of the noise, and move away from it. The problem is, depending on the environment, if you're surrounded by scrub, it sounds like it's coming from everywhere. That's probably one of the milder things that happened to me. The walking, and then like the other like physical training things he would do, like really fond of putting rocks in my backpack for some reason. Like there was a scrapyard, decommissioned cars he'd have me run around, and like I'm pretty sure I fucked up my knees because he permanently, like
And
as
yeah,
a kid, because he'd have me like
it's
jump
cool.
off of the top of this truck onto the ground, weighing 80 pounds of stones in my backpack.
And the reason that he expressed for this was to toughen you up?
Oh yeah, because I was too sensitive. They called it training, and like at the time you would think like, okay, well, why didn't you say something, why didn't you stop it? I kind of liked it at the time because I was like, oh, there's something wrong with me. Like, it's important to remember that like this whole time I'm being told that there's something wrong with me. I'm not right, you know, I'm deficient in a way. They're gonna fix me, right? So like in my mind, like, yeah, it sucks, I hate going and doing it, but like I'm getting fixed. And it unfortunately had the effect of like going and doing this all the time. Even at like 8, I started to like kind of get fit. By the time I was like 9, I like had abs, and I was like, all right, I can lift more than I used to be able to lift. I'm 9, and like at that time, like my big dream was to become a Power Ranger when I grew up, right? So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, there's something wrong with me, so they're fixing it, and I'm becoming tough. So this is like my Power Ranger training.
This is like a kung fu movie training scene, but sadistic as hell.
Exactly, except like my brain, as a 9-year-old, I wasn't able to like see how fucked up it was. It just seemed normal, because that's what my reality became. Things really got bad from like 9 to 10, because from 9 to 10, I started to question things. And I'm given to understand that earlier, like in the cult's lifespan, one of the other members had 2 daughters. One was a teenager whom I never met, and that teenager caused problems for the leader, asking questions, talking back, all that kind of stuff. So the leader made her life a living hell until her mother surrendered her to CPS. Any of those similarities that she saw in me, like she wanted to get rid of me before I became the next problem. In order to do that, she can't just say like, oh, well, your kid is causing me issues, I need you to get rid of him. Because like, what mother's gonna do that, right? So she would do things like the problems that I had with the bully at school. She would blow them way more out of proportion than they were. Like that fight, I say, to put that incident with the scratched arm where I wound up going to Scared Straight in like perfect context, after like months being pushed around by this kid, I stood up to him at recess one time, and I was like, no, I've had enough, and you're gonna stop. And mind you, this is after having been going through like all of these outings to like train myself and toughen up and be like a man and not be sensitive. And so I said, I'm not going to take this from you anymore. You're going to stop it. Like a 9, would say. So his response was to shove me as hard as he possibly could. So naturally, I go tumbling backwards. In my mind, I knew that there was like a table or like some bars. I think it was dip bars, and they were just over here. And I was trying to grab them, but I was flailing my arms out because like I've been shoved. I don't have a center of gravity. And at the time, I really hated clipping my finger. You know how like kids get quirks. Like I hated clipping my fingernails. It always didn't feel good. I didn't like the sensation. And whenever I was done, like I couldn't open cans. Like I always felt useless for like a couple of days until they grew out a little bit. So as I was flailing, one of my hands just kind of clipped him a little bit and scraped his arm and caused like the smallest cut that allowed for like a drop of blood to run down. I still remember how little it was. And then I hit the ground. The cult leader was involved with the school, found out about this, and made it huge. Talked about expelling me, saying that I assaulted the kid. You know, that like I've been growing my fingernails out to use as weapons. You know, that we've always had problems, that I've been tormenting this kid for months now. Despite the fact that I'd asked the teacher of that ring on numerous occasions to just change my seat with somebody else's so I didn't have to sit next to this kid. Because that was part of the problem, is that I would sit next to him and he would like kick me under the desk while I'm trying to like do math or something. He would just do whatever he could to get a rise out of me. And so in her defense, she reorganized the entire seating of the classroom multiple times because I asked to be moved, but she always placed me next to him, like directly next to him or in front of him. In fact, it seemed like every time that she would change it around, it was almost like perfectly designed to make it work. So the local police officer was called. He turned out to be the sheriff. I was clearly in a bad mood because nobody was listening to my side of the story, and everyone was telling me that I attacked this kid. And I'm like trying to explain, like, no, he shoved me. I was just trying to grab something. But didn't matter. I didn't have the opportunity to talk. And if I did try to speak up, I got shut down hard. And at that point, I'd already learned that like trying to talk back is just going to make things worse. So I give the officer some attitude, just like he asked me what's happened, and I respond with something like, doesn't matter. You're not going to believe me anyway. You gonna arrest me or what? I remember the look on his face to this day, like who the fuck is this little shit? Like, it turns out that this guy was also like the local like DEA agent and had like a drug dog and like took down hardened like criminals and like meth dealers. That was like the normal shit that he did. So like coming to like the local elementary school and there's like a fucking sulky 9-year-old giving him stats. I have to imagine was not what he was expecting. So yeah, I wound up going into the Scared Straight program. I got a tour of the juvenile detention facility. I got to see what life would be like inside for me. And what was fucked up is I actually kind of wanted to go because I remember being so mad because no one listened to me, because I knew I was the one who had been wronged. I hadn't even actually struck out to defend myself. I just stood up like I had been taught to, and I was being punished for it. And I remember thinking at the time, like, if this is how society is going to treat me, I'm better off in some place like this.
No kid should feel like that.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of threw the corrections officer a little bit for a loop because she thought I was just being tough at first and she was trying to scare me straight. And when she realized that I was starting to think that like I would enjoy it better inside than out, she kind of cut the tour short. She was like, she kept saying, trying to like scare me like the other kids in the juvenile correction facility and like how they would eat me alive or whatever. And it was like, and mind you, I've been going out and being abandoned in the wilderness to like find my way back carrying like heavy ass rocks and like narrowly getting bitten by rattlesnakes and like all this other crazy stuff. So I'm not scared. I probably should have been, looking back on it, and like the kinds of kids that were there, but I wasn't. So it didn't quite have the effect that they were looking for, but it did kind of further cement that I didn't belong, that I was different. And that's when things got bad. Like that's around and that's when things took a turn, because now I've got a record. Not in the case of like a school record or anything like that, or a criminal record, but like in the mind of the cult and like the community. Now I'm a record. Now I'm a bad kid. I'm the troublemaker. Because it doesn't matter what happened there. What matters is what everyone heard. And the tales that were spun were that I savagely attacked this kid, that I tore a chunk out of his arm. I still remember hearing that to this day. And I'm like, I saw the thing. I didn't tear a chunk out of his arm. I scratched him. Which kind of leads into something else that you have to watch out for with these groups, is that any decent cult, we call it gaslight. They're experts at it. They will convince you that your reality is wrong, and it's a part of their brainwashing. You will experience one thing, and they will convince you it was something else entirely. And this has been happening to me for like a year at this point. So I'm already beginning to question everything I see and like doubting myself. So after a week or two of being like told over and over again that like I tore a chunk out of this kid's arm, like that's stuck in my head that that's what I did, and like that's had a permanent effect, like that kind of treatment that they did. Like to this day I sometimes wonder if I really experienced what I thought I experienced in some of the more intense moments. And it's only when I talk to like my mother, who was there and like horrified by like what she had no idea was happening, I should say. I went back and forth for days on whether or not to say the name of the leader, whether or not to say the name of the corporation or the non-profit that they worked underneath. Because like on the one hand, if she's still alive, I don't want this lady hurting anybody ever again. On the other hand, what harm could I do? Like, what's the potential negative outcome from like revealing these names, aside from like potentially exposing my identity? So I looked up her name, and it turns out she's got a common name, so you can't find really anything about her online. And probably there isn't much, because like at this time, right, it's 1998, 1999, like into 2000. Social media does not exist in the way that it does now. Like, I think MySpace existed. It might have mostly still been like BBC boards and stuff. She intentionally took the name of another religious organization that already existed and then changed the spelling slightly. So if you heard her say the name, you would hear like this word. So if you went to the phone book to look it up and called that number, it would be a totally different place. She like added E or like an extra D or something, right? And that was intentional because now you can't find it unless you know how to look for it. And even if you know how to look for it, you still might not be able to find it. So when I Googled the name, I found out that it was super common. So I was like, I can't reveal the name because like I could accidentally point the finger at like dozens of other individuals who like technically meet these criteria. And I can't reveal the name of the not-for-profit because the only evidence of a not-for-profit existing by the name that I know is like a Latin church that does like a lot of community work, right? Even now, I know all of these things happen. I have like the literal physical scars to prove it, but like I can't find evidence. And that's like by design. And it drives you crazy coming out of it because you're constantly questioning what your reality is. Things got bad. They got really bad. It wasn't until I was in my 20s, I'm 32 now, that I realized that what I had gone through was, by definition, psychological torture. The training sessions with the son became more intense and hard to bear. And all of this while, like after this event with this kid, the scratch, this narrative started being passed around ever so subtly that like I might need to see an exorcist. Because now like there's a problem with me, but like in order to escalate it in such a way that like it's more palatable to swallow to like my mother, who loves and cares about me and is doing her best. Like, to give her credit where it's due, she was just trying to survive. And like after the scratch, the leader basically, one of her punishments for me was that I was only allowed to eat oatmeal for 30 days.
Oh my god.
No toppings, nothing. Just plain, straight oatmeal.
Can you survive on that as a kid?
See, that was what my mother was concerned about. She was very concerned about the nutrition aspect.
I wonder how this is from a different
she
angle.
managed to worm in that like I would eat school lunch to make sure that I was at least getting like some kind of nutritional value. And she managed to get it to quit about a week early, like week and a half early. For me in that time period, like exact times, it's still very fuzzy and probably will be for the rest of my life.
I think what's so amazing though is that your mother was negotiating a punishment with someone not in your family, not at all related to you, for something that she was convinced that you did.
Yeah, I think even then she had doubts, but like she had to negotiate because like she didn't know how to raise a kid. And it's not true that like she was doing just fine until that part, right? Like I'm the first kid, so like obviously the first kid is like the one you learn on. According to the cult leader, like she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't have a husband. She didn't know how to like raise a boy. Look at all these problems that I had. She knew how to raise a kid. Look at her son. He's, you know, almost 18 years old. He's going to get married soon to this beautiful woman. He's got all this stuff lined up for him in the future. She knows how to raise a kid. So clearly, she should be the one like doling out the punishments and telling my mom how to raise me. Like, this is a learning experience. So if she ever has another one, she won't make the same mistakes. But even in that moment, like, my mom still like negotiated for me. She still fought for me. The oatmeal was one part of that punishment. Another part was that there were like various trials that I basically had to go through. Like, oh god, one that left me in tears was I had to keep a penny pressed to the wood frame of a door with my nose for a couple of hours. And if the penny hit the floor, then I had to start over. And I wasn't allowed to sit. I had to stand while I did it. And I remember getting within 15 minutes and like I'm exhausted because standing rigid for hours is like tough. There's a reason they tell you not to lock your knees, right? Like when you're like standing up at a wedding or giving a speech or something. So I'm standing rigid for like 2 hours and I'm within 15 minutes and the penny starts sliding. And no matter how hard I press with my nose, I can't get it to stay. And then it hits the ground and I'm sobbing because I was so close. But because it dropped, I had to be, back in the 90s you called it spank with like a spoon, right? But really it was just hit it. So I got hit with a spoon and then I had to start over again. This is another case where my mom fought for me. She only had me do like a half hour and she encouraged me. Like that's one thing that I remember in that moment really meaning a lot to me, is that like my mom was like, I know it's hard. I know you don't want to do it, but I believe in you and you got this. And it's kind of like fucked up a little bit to be like, I'm really happy that my mother like encouraged me through this horrific punishment that I was going through, but like anymore when I look back in that time, she wasn't the one doling him out. You know what I mean? Another one was I had been somewhat attitude. We were on like a road trip to like Sierra Nevada, and we stopped for lunch at like this little cafe because I had been attitudinal. I wasn't allowed to go in, and I had to stay in the car in the desert with the windows rolled up.
Oh, that's child abuse.
I'm pretty sure my mom came out and rolled down the window after a little bit, but like I don't quite remember because I wasn't allowed to look out the windows. I had to stare at the floor.
Oh my god.
And if they caught me staring out the windows, then I wouldn't be allowed to eat lunch. I was broken enough at that point that when the leader's son came out and brought like a little like shrimp cocktail for my lunch, like in like a little parfait cup, like a plastic parfait thing, and he set it down, because he didn't give me the explicit instructions that I was allowed to eat it, I could only stare at it. Because if I ate it when I wasn't supposed to, it would have been worse for me. So I had to sit there with it at my feet, staring at it for probably about another half hour. And by the time my mom got out and I was like, am I allowed to eat this? She was like, you were supposed to eat it when you came out. And I was like, I wasn't told I could. She's like, you can't eat it now. It's fish. It's shrimp. It's been in 90-degree heat. It's not safe for you to eat anymore. Like, I'm starving because I haven't eaten breakfast. I remember crying at that too. And then they're like spiritual healers, like faith healers, like the people who come out and they'll set up a big tent.
I'm gonna take a little break from SFM for a minute. I'm gonna fucking play Fortnite. It'll be fun. I'm gonna keep listening to the video. I don't think many people stay, but I will do more SFM in a few minutes. Just wanna do something else for a minute.
They'll bring people to them and they'll be like, if you have cancer, God will cure it, and they bring you up and then they hit you with the Holy Ghost.
The worst part about those guys is that they are encouraging an unscientific approach to literally having cancer.
Yeah, they're awful. And this guy I had heard about from our pastor. They called him Lurch, which you might be too young to get that reference, but it's like a Frankenstein, like Frankenstein's monster, because he's freaking tall, like almost 7 feet, and like wide. And so at this time, you know, the idea that like I've been possessed by a demon has been drilled into me, and like I'm starting to believe it. So when I see like this guy come, he's doing all this faith healing and stuff, and I'm seeing him like speaking in tongues, and then there's this trick that faith healers have where they take their hand and they put it in your core, like right around your stomach, but like underneath the diaphragm, and they like vibrate a little bit and they push with their heel in such a way that you collapse. And it's nothing to do with like the Holy Ghost or spiritual power. It's literally like an involuntary response, like getting your knee hit at the doctor's office, but it looks like magic. I was told he could excise the demon from me, cool. And I'm like, you know what? Things used to be great. I used to go to karate. I used to like go to the movies with my mom. We used to have fun. I used to smile and laugh. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me anymore because I don't know what's real. I'm gonna go have him excise the demon from me. Like, if he's real, he's doing all this for these other people. Like, he can do it for me too. And then I'll be back on the right path. Because like still at this point, like my idea of a career is being a hero. Like I want to help people. Even to this day, I'm in like a creative field for work as like a game designer, because games have a lot of like potential and power to help people in like a way that like I'm not physically able to do. And stories have helped me throughout my life, so I kind of want to continue that. So I go up to this guy. He's speaking in tongues. He's doing the whole thing. And like he does the push thing, and I don't go down. And he does it again, and I don't go down. He's like, I am tight. I am stressed, and I am a ball of bundles, anxiety, and I'm scared that like if this doesn't work, I'm gonna wind up like the other member's daughter and sent off to CPS. I'm gonna be gotten rid of. And so he finally does it again a third time. Like, looking back on it, I can see like the frustration in his eyes that like I wasn't going down. He like basically punches underneath the diaphragm, and then I go down. And I felt such a wave of relief in that moment, because that meant it worked. And we were in the car on the way home. And mind you, the cult leader has been building this guy up along with the pastor for like weeks at this point. Like, he's this great healer, he's this great spiritual leader, he's got all of this power, and like God has blessed him in all these different ways. And so like obviously as like a 9-year-old at that point, I buy into it because whatever the leader says is the truth. I get in the car and I'm ecstatic. I'm the happiest I've been in years. And I'm like, it's done. I'm fixed. We can go back to normal. And she looks back into the car seat and she goes, yeah, we'll see. And I felt my entire world crumble. The not so subtle shift in narrative became that not that I was possessed of a demon, but rather that I was one. Because you can't excise a person's being. The things I was made to do became more and more physically laborious and intensive. And worst of all, they've all almost exclusively wastes of my time. Like, we were helping someone build a house. I was given a shovel and told to begin digging the foundation for this other building or whatever. Like, they needed to like scoop out a bunch of dirt. I need to like begin the task. It's this huge fucking like rectangle. So I went around and I dug up a bunch of it, and then like after hours of backbreaking digging in the hot sun, like 100-degree heat, the caterpillar they had landed, rolls up, and then just pushes it all away. There was like a log, because we worked on this property for a while. There's this big stump that needed to be pulled out, and it was like the biggest stump in the field. And everyone else is pulling out the stumps over here and here, and I've got the biggest one. There's like dozens and dozens of roots coming off of this thing, and like I'm working on it all day trying to get it out. To my credit, I've done a decent job. Like it's moving, it's coming in and out of the ground, but I just, for whatever reason, I just can't get it to come out. And so they're like so fed up apparently with me like not getting the job done that they go to do it and they can't get it out. And then they just bring up, like they try for literally 5 minutes to get it out. I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Mind you, I've been saying all day that like, this thing is stuck and like I can't get it out. So they bring up a truck, they wrap it up in a chain, and then they try to pull it out. The truck struggled to get it out, but it was done in 5 minutes.
There is nothing worse for your morale than trying to do something you know is impossible.
Yeah. Let's see, another time, we went into the yard and we dug like a little square hole, like a little bunker kind of thing. And we moved Joshua trees, and I dug it, I remember, because we didn't have a proper shovel. All we had was this broken, rotten shovel that was like out behind the shed. And I wasn't wearing gloves, because there was only one pair, and he was using them to move the Joshua trees. So I'm like getting splinters into my hand, and I'm digging out this pit basically. It wasn't super deep, like maybe 3 feet, and like we pile up Joshua trees around it as like a barrier, like tie them together, and then like, we found this lining, like a truck bed, like in like one of the little garbage dumps nearby. Because it's the middle of nowhere, so people just drop their trash in. And we put it on, secure it, and then we go inside, and it's awesome. We dug out like a little chair, like section of a wall that you could sit down on like a bench, and like it's easily 10-15 degrees cooler in there than it is in the outside. And I was so stoked because I'd always wanted a fort as a kid. Right? I'd always wanted like the tree house or the fort or whatever, and like we just didn't have the money.
Power Rangers HQ.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted my H2, dude. I was so stoked. I remember I ran in, I grabbed like my transformer and like a couple of my action figures and like my yo-yo. I took them out there. There wasn't a lot of things, so I wound up doing a lot of tricks. I took him out there and I remember playing. I was having a great time. And then I come out like a day later, and there's yellow hazard tape across the front. I'm gonna go to the floor. Why is there tape? And Mom was like, "You can't go out there. You can't go in there." And I was like, "What? Why not?" And she's like, "Because it's a rattlesnake habitat." And I was like, "What? You created like the perfect environment for like snakes and lizards and other things to go come in from the sun. You didn't put a door." And I like died a little bit inside. There were 2 more moments where like I thought I would be gone, like as a person, just like gone completely. Because at this point, like I'm being told that I am a demon, that I am a monster. I remember very clearly that I was not the spawn of Satan. I was the offshoot spawn of one of his little lesser henchmen. Because Satan was too different, right?
Can't even be the cool demon, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, spawn of Satan sounds so much cooler than like spawn of that one guy with his head from down the hallway. The leader's son and I, we went out for training, and he had found like this dumping ground basically with a whole bunch of cool stuff, right? So like we went out to make like little constructions like forts or whatever, and so we each like took turns and like, or not really took turns, but we went back and forth grabbing stuff and we built our own forts. And it was like, mine's better than yours. No, yours, mine's better than yours. Blah blah blah. Right? Because like he's 18, or like he will be 18 soon at this point. So he's still like a fucking kid, right? I know at your age that probably doesn't seem as much like a kid, but when you get older, it will.
Dude, when I was 18, I was significantly stupider than I am at 20. I know the difference. Don't worry.
Don't worry. In about 5 years, you're gonna look back at yourself at 20 and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, I bet.
So he picks up a rock and then he hucks it. And so I pick up a rock and I throw it back, and it like points off his little fort. And before I know it, we're like in a rock fight. Like, and the rock fight isn't even like the part that's like bad about the story. Like, it's obviously stupid, right? It was for simple. The problem became when you picked up a 2x2, like an old rotted 2x2, and they started hitting it. It was like over and over again. You wouldn't stop. So I ran into like this field of cacti, and like I couldn't even defend myself because like I couldn't see anything because like the cacti are everywhere. And so he was like weaving in and out of the cacti and like laughing to hit me over and over again, like making fun of me. And like I just wanted it to stop. I asked over and over again, and he just wouldn't. So I had to do something, anything to get him to stop. And so I looked over, and there was this, I remember clear as day, right next to a cactus, there's like this big rock about the size of my head. And it's like big. And like, it looks like it's the size of my head. And then I pull it out of the ground, and it's like bigger than my head. I got into like a corner with these cacti, and I lifted it over my head, and I waited for him to come around the corner, and then I threw it at his face as hard as I possibly could. Because in my head, I'm not even thinking, like, this could hurt him, this could kill him. I'm just thinking, I have to do something to get him to stop. Luckily, he like blocks it with the piece of wood. The wood shatters. He stumbles backwards out of the way, and like nobody's hurt. His light flashes before his eyes at this point. Naturally, he's pissed. I own that. Like, that was not me to make. But in my mind, I couldn't even conceive of that hurting me, because I'd been trained to think I was so powerless that like I didn't even think I could hurt him, which was directly at odds with like the fact that in my mind I was also like not allowed. I remember very clearly I wasn't allowed near babies because I might hurt them. And it seems like those two things shouldn't be able to mesh in your brain, but they did. And I was like, cognitive dissonance. You get used to these things. Like, you just like, I'm not allowed near kids or like small like infants or toddlers because I might hurt them. I can't do anything because I'm powerless. I can't stand up for myself. I'm weak and helpless, and it's naturally is met. So he takes me back to the graveyard to this mound of fireflies, which like when they bite you, it sucks. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but like it's not what I would call possessive.
I mean, with enough of them, it's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. So he had me stand on top of the mound, and then he started pouring sugar over me because he had some like in a MRE packet of like coffee or whatever, and he made me stand and watched while this like all in disease swarmed over my body. It was not a fun time. Honestly, I don't even remember being bitten. It was just the knowledge and the feeling of like thousands of these things that I know could hurt me and would hurt me crawling all over me, and the knowledge that I couldn't do anything about it. Because if I did, he would tell my mother and the cult leader that I had rockets, and then things would be really fucking bad for me. So I had to just measure it down. And from then on, it was like whatever he said was his way or the highway. So now he had to turn on. I remember he would also do things to sabotage me too. We went on like just a drive, like a little four-wheeling like thing with like the pastor of our church, because we were good friends. He went to like other countries and houses for people who didn't have advantages. And he was one of the few people in the town that saw through the shit. And like he did his best to help me where he could, but like he was one behind. His son encouraged me and the other girl that was in the cult to like go and play with these frogs because it rained for 6 inches. That's why we were going before we because it rained. Like monsoon season was like over. Because when it rains in Arizona, it doesn't rain normal. We get actual monsoons. The amount of water that comes down is so thick and so fast. It can flood the road in a minute. But when that happens, the whole desert is like, everything in those hours after it rains, flowers that they didn't even know were there. Like animals that were in hibernation, like frogs, for example, toads and things. They come squirming out of the ground to like search for water and they come for like insects and things. So we're going and running, we're like kind of like catching these frogs and like playing. And I remember him telling us, like, why don't you go get some water from the cooler? So we go in, grab stuff, about froggy hands, and then suddenly I hear a voice. Why are you reaching in there with your froggy hands? You're ruining the water. That's good water in there. Just like, you know, the ice is in the cooler. And like coolers out there, almost everybody's got like spade. So that way you can like harvest the water. Because this is like an environment where like, we had to go haul a big truck, trailer thing, to a well and pay money like in quarters to have it filled. 150 gallons of water or something like that, and then have it hauled to our place to fill up our well. Like, I learned how to take a shower in 2 minutes because like water is that precious. So one of the things that they did to teach me a lesson was they took my can, they dumped out all the water, and then they filled the water with now froggy water from into ice and handed that to me. And like, that's what I had to drink now. And then they had me sit in the back of the pastor's truck, which has like the canopy on it. So where like you're sweating bullets and like there's a stench of oil and stuff everywhere. I just remember sitting, staring at this plastic canteen of water, wondering if I could drink it because I'm so thirsty. So like they made this such a big deal that I ruined the water. If I drink it, am I gonna get sick? And they wouldn't give me anything else to drink. Like my mom gave me like half of her soda when nobody was looking.
See, that's what gets me most is that your mother just felt that she had no control. You know?
Right? We've talked about it since, right? Like, it put a wedge in our relationship for 7 years. But like, I understand now what I didn't understand when I was younger is that, like you said, she didn't think she had control. She felt like she was trapped in this environment, just as much as I felt like I was trapped. And I remember that just breaking me down even further. And like, another insidious thing that the leader would do is she would never tell me to do something necessarily. She would make comments that made it seem like a good idea. She created an environment for me to have something. That's the yeah. And one of the things that she had started talking about was flogging. Ritualistic eating of yourself as penance to environment. And I was like so far gone at that I would do that at night. Because I didn't have like a whip or anything, so I would just hit myself in the chest as hard as I could, like over and over again, until I was like beat and crying because I just wanted to be a kid again. I couldn't. Unfortunately, at that point, I needed to be a child. Whatever was left, like that I had to like piece back together, it would never be like what you would consider to be a child. I had to kind of grow up in that moment, which I would do a bit later. But yeah, I told you the first time that I almost the second time is the hot part. So even throughout all of this, like my mom and I are still, like I've mentioned to you before, that like she has been doing her best to kind of like cheer for me and like help me out wherever she can, because she's not at a point where she feels like she can directly defy the league, and like to do so risks complete ostracization from the entire league. And like that's dangerous, like really dangerous. Like in an area like that, you're completely on your own, no support from anyone. It's a really dangerous place to be because it leaves you completely alone. Because crimes happen out there that never get solved. Like I found out one of the reasons that I was like spirited away the way that it was is because there was a serial killer who was never caught that was going around killing young boys my age by sneaking into their windows at night and strangling them in their sleep, and then leaving suicide notes to make it look like it was all part of like a suicide pact. But my mom worked at the school, and she knew these kids, and like she's a mental health expert. She knew that they weren't suicidal, so yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that happens. Whoever did that is probably still alive, and they will never be caught. Shortly after the rocket, I am starting to really crack and break. Like I can feel who I am as a person deteriorating because nothing I do, nothing I say is ever good enough. I remember I started playing this game in my head where I would try to anticipate any possible response that could possibly be said to me by the cult leader, and then have the perfect response that I couldn't possibly get in trouble for in return. I know now as an adult this is just like hypervigilance and anxiety, but in my head, as a kid, I turned it into a game, and I could never win it, no matter what I did. Even if like what I said or what I did was in line with what I was told to do, suddenly it was now in direct contradiction. So nothing I could do was right. And I remember the leader talking to my mother, and it was said loud enough for me to hear, very clearly loud enough for me to hear, in such a way that it appeared as though it wasn't being said to me, that my mother should start locking her doors at night, like her door to her bedroom, because problem children sometimes attack their parents. And like she rattled off a case of like this kid who killed his parents. They stabbed him to death in the night. So my mom said she would. Looking back on it, I'm positive that she was just saying that to like move the conversation along. But in that moment, I like died on the inside. Like it didn't break. Like people talk about like feeling something snap in their brain. I didn't have that. It was just like everything that I was a small fire that I had desperately been trying to keep alive. And it's like somebody walked up to this tiny little flame and just poured a glass of water on it. And I remember just feeling cold. And I couldn't sleep that night. And I was plagued by this thought that like, if even my mother thinks I'm dangerous, then there's no point in fighting. Like I really am a monster. And if I am a monster, then I should stop fighting where I'm supposed to be. So I got up that night. I walked into the kitchen and I grabbed the bread knife that my mother still owns to this day, and I have not touched since. And I stood outside her door, and I had resolved that if it was locked, that meant it was true, and I was a monster. And I remember standing there and staring at the door with the bread knife in my hand. And I don't know how long I stood there, but I was too scared to turn the handle. I don't remember putting the bread knife back. I don't remember getting into bed, but I do remember having my hand within inches of the door handle and being resolved to kill my mother. And after that night, I was never the same person. It was a long time ago, so I've done a lot of work since. But when time came to a close, I remember this, because this also shaped who I was for like the rest of my life. I had been a huge fan of video games. I'm 10 years old. And this is maybe like a couple of weeks to a month after my and we had gone to this nearby town for this little celebration of video game. And like mom was talking to some people there that she had been told about, she was like making friends. And it was like the first time in a long time actually that I remember seeing her like, happy and enjoying herself. And I hadn't had a video game in years at this point. Like, I grew up with it. Like my grandmother and I used to play Legend of Zelda together, the original. And I'm too young to actually play the game at this point, so I pulled the Prima strategy guide open while my grandma went through and did all the stuff to beat the game.
That is so sweet.
Right? So like to this day, Legend of Zelda is my favorite series because I still remember those times spent with my grandma. My family, we weren't really wealthy. Like we weren't wealthy, but like we had enough to get by, and it's the 90s, so like the economy was good. But like we had a computer, and like my family would do like mahjong tournaments where they would take turns playing mahjong. I learned how to like type and stuff by playing putt-putt and other games on the computer.
Oh my god, putt-putt.
Yeah, putt-putt and Pajama Sam. So like video games, computers, like this is part of my life growing up. So like for couple of years at this point, I haven't had any, like, no electronic devices. Well, that's not true. I had a radio and a CD player. Funny story about the radio. It didn't get music stations, but it would occasionally at night catch what must have been like drive-in movie theater or something from like Mexico, I swear. Because I would listen to movies in Spanish like once or twice.
You know any
No. Like Los Baños is a place. Doesn't mean bathroom. But like, so I like started listening to the movie Scream in Spanish at one point. I think that was either in Arizona or that's in California. I don't remember which one. So when
I
we
wish
go
I
to
could
this
get that
like
email.
little festival, my mom makes
funny.
friends with like the big, like the lady in charge of town essentially, and we go there and there's a Nintendo 64 sitting there next to like this old CRT TV. Wasn't it?
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Nintendo 64, and they had like motocross like games, and I think they had Mario Party, and I remember seeing they had Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, which was the first video game I ever played. The Forest Temple still scares the bejeebus out of me. So I see it, and it's like this golden light from my past. And so I go over to the other girls who's in the cult, and I'm like, you have to play this game. It's the best game in the entire world. You're not going to get another chance to play it, out here in the boonies. Your house barely has electricity, and you don't even have a television. You got to do it now. Show you how to play it. And so she starts playing it, she loads in, she gets the ocarina for the first time, and like she's trying to figure out how to play it. And so I remember reaching over her shoulder and going like, no, use these C buttons over here. These are like the notes, and you can press this one, stick over here, controls like the tune, and I hear this yell from the other room. This leader sees me like doing this, and like shrieks at me and accuses me of touching this girl, like in a sexual, basically molesting her, sexually assaulting her right there in front of everyone. This turned out to be a good thing, believe it or not, because there were too many people there. She overplayed her hand. This is a classic instance of like somebody like kind of overstepping what they're capable of. She tried to like spin this narrative that like I was like sexually assaulting and groping this girl, at 10, and like the other people in the room, and like this lady is like, no, they're just playing video games. They've been playing on the 64 basically since I got here. Like I was standing right here, I could see it was nowhere near. Like he was pointing at the buttons, and she was insistent. That was the final straw. Like that was the final push that my mother needed. And so, and like at that same time, the serial killings were happening. It was either that night or the next one. I think it might have been that night. I was on a plane on my way to where my family lived to stay with them until my mom could come back. And I didn't understand why at the time. It turns out it's because at that point, my mom realized just how deep in it she was, and just how unhinged the people we were around were. And she was worried about what might happen to me. But like those experiences naturally like left indelible impressions of like myself as an individual. Even though I had people like backing me up at the time, saying like, no, he didn't do it. Like I remember shutting down, like just completely once she started yelling. Because it was like, it's happening. No one was gonna believe it. And this time it was worse than just like a scratch. So like when I was being spirited away at the end of the night, I thought my mom was taking me to CPS. Because that was like the narrative that was constantly thrown in my face. This other lady's kid, they were CPS.
So secret, this big demonic thing was like the end of the world.
Yeah, it meant I wasn't going to be allowed to have a family. Like, it was spun to me in this way that, like, once I got there, I wouldn't be allowed to see my family ever again. I'm finally, like, spirited away, and I arrived with my aunt and my two cousins, and, like, life starts again. And, like, I was a bit weird when I came back, I'm not gonna lie. Like, my aunt would ask me to do something, and I would, like, accomplish it like a robot. Like, to the left. This is, like, really insidious part. And this is, like, the lasting effect of, like, what these places can do to people. There was so much toxic shit that they implanted in my mind that I didn't even realize was in there. That I have spent a large chunk of my life trying to deprogram from. Like, the first time I really realized that there was a problem was, like, I remember I was driving. I got in my driver's license at like 18, and I was driving by, and I had just gotten like out of this big heavy conversation with a friend of mine about how stupid it was that our school was restricting girls' clothing again, and that like women shouldn't be held responsible for like what other people do. Like they should be allowed to wear what they want to wear. It's like, fucking dumb that like we're going into summer and like they can't wear skirts. And so I'm driving down the road and I see like these like 3 women in like bikini tops and like mini skirts. And the first thought that came into my head 10 minutes after that conversation is, what a bunch of sluts like that, and they deserve it too.
Like that flash, like you didn't even allow that thought to happen. It just hit you like a truck.
Yeah, I had to pull over into a parking lot because I was like fucking taken aback, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't think that. That's not how I think. That's not my belief system. That's not how my mom raised me to be. That's not how my family is. That's what the fuck? Like, once I realized that, suddenly there was lots of these thoughts all the time, and I didn't have any constant, but like, it was almost like there was another voice in my head. Like, there's the little voice that everybody has, right? That's like kind of like your internal monologue. It was almost like I had another internal monologue in my head that was like instructing me how to think in order to survive a situation I wasn't in anymore. Like thoughts and beliefs that were developed specifically to survive in this cult.
That's total conditioning.
Yeah. So I have been deprogramming that bullshit out of my brain for like the better part of like a decade and a half. And it feels like it doesn't end, because every time I think I've gotten everything, I find some other little remnant. Nowadays, it's not big things anymore. It's not like women's rights or like religious views or like political ones. It's like, oh, well, I can't buy that brand. And I'll think to myself, like, why can't I buy that brand? And I'll be like, oh, because it's a Jewish brand. And I'll stop. And I'm like, why does that matter?
That's a very powerful skill. You learn to thought check yourself.
I have to.
Yeah.
Like, if I didn't, I would probably be a Trumper today. Like, I'd be like an anti-masker running around.
Ooh, we need less of those, so I am so glad you escaped. Oh my god.
Right? And that was never who I was as a person, even looking back as a kid. Talking to my mom and my family helped a lot, because, like, they all remember who I was before then. And so, like, getting, like, those reassurances that, like, no, you were just a kid. This is what you thought. This is what you thought. You wanted to be a Power Ranger. You wanted to help people. That all helps me deprogram the nastiest shit. But, like, the unfortunate truth is that, like, the damage runs a lot deeper than that. Like, what I haven't told people, like, that I don't really talk about is that, like, I don't think I'll ever be fully okay. Because even today, I still think I'm lost. No matter what I do, who I help, or like what mental exercises I do, I can't ever shake this feeling that like I'm actually me, and that like if I ever relax